One, and we are live. We're kicking it. Well, hello and welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a fascinating and fabulous day. I'm having a little bit of a problem here with my other tab seems to be open, but I can't access it. Very weird. Um, there we go. Technical issue has been remedied, has been
Nice.
sorted, as they say. The product has been crushed. Is that you?
No, I thought that was
Where's
you.
that coming from?
It's like an echo. It sounds like your voice.
It's us, but I don't understand where it's coming from.
Maybe there's like try to see if I can hear it on your end if I say something.
It must be SoundCloud because I thought it was because I had a YouTube open in the background.
I think you just close the other tabs. It should fix the problem.
Okay, let's hope that's right.
All right.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we have no tab running. Good, good. So, um, I don't understand what's going on here. Is it echoing for you?
Well, I'm listening on headphones, so. But I don't know if that's my voice echoing or that's your voice echoing. See, I don't hear it when I just say something on your end. I wonder what's going on. Hello there, Bernadine. How you doing?
I'm so sorry, everybody. What an annoying way to crank out the beginning. Okay, so I got another laptop on that just over there. And that laptop was playing hitty kitty with me because it's echoing all around the room because there's so much glass here. So I thought it was
Ah,
coming from this side, but it turns out it was coming from over there. So it wasn't my tab that was open. Well, hello and welcome to all of you. Thank you for bearing with us. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you're good. Hope you're having a cranking day wherever you are. Myself and Cosmic are opening the show, The Alchemy of the Sexes. I think it's going to be a wonderful discussion. We're going to look at alchemy, we're going to look at the ancient cosmology, and then we're going to look at what's going on in the world today, how this applies, what we can learn from it, what sense we can make out of the nonsense that we witness on a day to day in the media. And I've got dear Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic is he's a modern day John Dee. Never gets old when I say it. So he works with the Fae. He's obviously studied and had a background in other forms of occult therapeutics, Western schools of occult, specifically, mainly. But in the last few years, he's been working exclusively with the Fae, which is a very sort of a shamanic way to do things, I suppose, I would say. So he's very organically inspired, and he's a lovely guy. He's got an entire system that he's channeling, a language. I'll let him introduce himself. Welcome, dear brother Cosmic. It's an honor to have you as always. Thank
yeah,
you
it's
for
it's an honor to be here. Thanks for having me. And in addition to working with the Fae and talking about extra dimensional cosmology and Zerfaxes and Zarfixes, they actually also have a lot to say on the subject of sex and sexuality and gender. They have their kind of their own sort of philosophy on that, which I find very interesting. And it's kind of in a lot of ways, it's helped me make sense of a lot of the gender nonsense that's going on in the world by kind of bringing it back to nature. I think like one of the things that I've kind of realized with with a lot of that kind of stuff is it's almost a kind of a denial of nature. It's like this sexuality that's not rooted in the natural world. It's rooted in some kind of abstract place that doesn't really exist, or some kind of weird dark astral plane in some weird corner of the Zarfex. So yeah, I'll have a lot to say on this topic, I think.
I think it's a pretty profound, pretty big topic. Honestly, I watched a documentary a little while ago recommended by Gabriel. Shout out Slick Dissident. He always seems to have his finger on the pulse here and there, somewhere along the line. And he recommended this on one of our roundtables. I don't know if you recall. It's called The Red Pill. And it's about men's rights. And wow, you think you have a good idea of what's going on, and then you suddenly hear the other side of the story and you go, never thought about that before. Never really considered that. There was so much I hadn't really deeply considered as a serious reality that came up in that documentary. So for those of you that haven't watched it, I'd recommend going to watch it, because it was actually a feminist that did the documentary. And by the end of the documentary, she wasn't sure what to call herself. So I think it says a lot, really. Namaste, dear brother. We've got dear brother Indy Sage here. Indy Sage is an alchemist in his own right, just like Cosmic and myself. I'm a shaman. Indy also works specifically with the shadow, so shadow work is a big part of the work that he does. So I would say that that relates to the Negrido. Is it Negrido? Negrido phase of the alchemical work, which is really to do with like going in and basically looking at the shadow, taking things apart so that you can look between the cracks. So he works with shadow work, helping his clients, helping people get in touch with the parts of themselves repressed, suppressed, lost, left behind, hidden, fear, anger, all those emotions that deplete us spiritually. And he's also a researcher and an anthropologist. So he's an occultist. He's very much embedded in the shamanic lore and in the Taoism and Western occult. This is right up all our alleys. Welcome, brother, as always. Honored to have you. You're wearing a shirt today. That's new.
So good to be here. It's overcast today, and it's pretty cold. It's in the 40s today. We've been getting a cold spurt, I guess, coming through. And I just got back from the farmer's market. I brought the dogs down there for a walk. It's been a cold morning, but unfortunately, one of the dogs got attacked on the way back, and we're rushing him off to the vet ASAP.
Attacked by another dog?
Yeah, he's a little 3-pound applehead Chihuahua and teacup-sized Chihuahua. He got attacked by a full-size dog that got him.
By what dog?
By the neck and shoulder. It just threw him around.
What kind of dog attacked him?
It was a big black and white dog. I couldn't really tell you the breed. Probably
Was it just running around, or was the owner with it, just not on a lead?
Owner was there with it, but it seemed really, really calm and tame. But my little puppy here is kind of mean spirited and bossy, so he brought it on himself.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you got a big dog that's going to be dangerous and aggressive, you should keep it on a leash.
She had him
It's
on a
common
leash,
sense. What if it was my child that
right?
was mean spirited and that dog did that? I would dismember that dog right there in the road.
Oh yeah.
Like if anybody hurts my child, okay, whether you're a human, animal, whatever you are, that's it. You punched your ticket, buddy.
Yeah, they say that there's brave and stupid kind of meet in the middle on like a Vesica Pisces chart diagram. He's like right in the middle. He's brave, but in a dumb way a lot of times. With these huge dogs, he's really mean to them, and it's like, guy, do you see how big you are? God.
Bless him, bless. Anyway, I hope he's going to be okay. Well, it's an honor to have you, and everybody hold a positive thought. Oh, is that bandages?
No, I just got him wrapped up in a blanket right now, but he's got
stitches.
Got a little cut right there on his shoulder.
Does he get stitches for it?
You might need stitches. It's not bleeding that much, but it's pretty deep.
Then he won't need stitches if it's not bleeding. Like, you just cake it up with turmeric, yeah? Have you got
Uh,
turmeric in the home?
Cayenne, if it was bleeding, the turmeric will help.
Yeah, you just basically
Little
cake
stuff.
it up and make a big layer of turmeric. He won't lick off the turmeric. And it's antiseptic, it prevents infection, and it will become a scab. And
Good.
it's completely organic, natural. It's what they use in Ayurveda.
Good deal.
It's really good. I've
Yeah.
always used turmeric on my own body, wounds, burns, cuts, grazes. It basically becomes the scab, you could say. So yeah, everybody, we got sidetracked into Indy's sad story. Nothing worse than a dog getting bitten, because they're like our children, you know. What can you do? Dogs will be dogs. That's what they do. You got to take it out on the owner. That's what you got to do. Got to get them to put the bill, basically. But yeah, and manuka honey, if you got some, also helps. Of course, honey is always good. But that's like if it's infected or something, although I suppose it's full of probiotics, isn't it? So yeah, everybody, we're going to be discussing the alchemy of the sexes. And sexuality in alchemy is a big thing, the combination, if you want to get right down to it. You've got the mercury, which is that mental energy of control, choice, intelligence, the learning capacity applied. And then you've got that sulfuric aspect. You've got the salt aspect, the salt representing the body, representing things that are fixed. The sulfur representing that soul potential, the emotions, the energy of the astral field, as opposed to the fixed elements of the etheric, which becomes matter. So you've got this masculine and feminine interplay between these two poles. And then you've got the Mercury, which is, as we know, androgynous. So Mercury always, in ancient times, used to be a man with breasts, or is it a woman with a jangling bits? I never quite figured that bit out. It's either a woman with jangling bits, or it's a man with breasts and somewhere to put his jangling bits if he were a contortionist. But that's basically the old glyph of Mercury. So something to think about there. So I think it's like a really lovely topic for us to be going into, especially today with the way things are. The new spelling for the word woman is with an X. This is what the kids in school are learning. I'm going to get my son to protest against that in his school as soon as he's old enough to figure out what that means.
And X where
So
the
what do
N
you guys think?
goes.
Where do you guys want to start? Yeah.
What were you talking about, Baphomet earlier with the bits and all?
No, I was talking about Mercury.
Oh,
In the old times, Mercury was represented as a man with breasts
right.
and somewhere to put his jangling bits,
Yeah.
the things that dangle the bits,
Right.
or it was a woman with jangling bits and
Yeah.
dangling bits, you know. So androgyny, I think, represents Mercury. Mercury represents androgyny. Hence, like, the frog is a mercurial animal, and frogs are pretty cool because they can like wake up in the morning and decide, you know what, I'm going to be a boy.
Yeah.
So it's the new. We're all frogs, basically. I mean, that's where we're
It-
going. The human frog adventure.
yeah.
We're
Abraxas was actually similar nature, had female breasts and two snake legs. To my knowledge, Abraxas was always a female with a rooster head. But nowadays, Abraxas appears as a male. So I don't know where that got lost in translation, but Abraxas was always had female breasts. And usually had a female body as well, and just had snake legs and a rooster head. So it was an embodiment of the male head with a female body with two snakes, which are like the phallic symbol. So there was a lot going on there. But I see that Abraxas and Baphomet had a lot of tie-ins with their androgyny. And it's interesting to see that Mercury had that as well, because I always tied those two in with Mercury too.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. When we look at these planets, in fact, Mercury is the only symbol which has got both the cross, the crescent, and they're both extended from the circle. So normally we've got Saturn and we've got Capricorn, which are both the cross and the serpent. I mean, the cross and the crescent. And in Mercury, I mean, in Jupiter's case, it's the crescent above, no, the cross above, and the crescent below. And in Jupiter's case, it's the crescent above and the cross below. And then we've got Mars, which traditionally was a circle and a cross. Okay, they turned that into an arrow because they changed a couple of things in more modern times, but it was traditionally a cross because it's got associations which are rather interesting. If we look at the Pluto connection to Mars, Mars being the 9th planet in terms of numerology, 9 becomes a full subset, which then implodes within 0, right? Pluto, in order to become 1, be reborn as the sun after the sun has gone the full underworld journey. So there's an interesting relation there between those two planetary energies. But yeah, so you'll find that all the other planetary glyphs, like for example, what have we missed? Venus is obviously the circle and the cross, but the cross is below, as opposed to the cross being on the top side, like Mars. And then we've got what other planets? We've got Saturn, we've got Mars, we've got Mercury, we've got Venus, we've got the Sun, which is a circle, just a circle. We've got the Moon, which is just a crescent. See, so the Sun and the Moon are quite intriguing because they don't have any polarity expressed within them.
Well, that
Okay,
was
that
weird.
That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. I think that was Indy's volume changed. I hope your volume's good again, Indy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a little echo effect. I was on my phone because my computer wasn't updating, but I'm back.
Did you add another thing on for a picture? Another present? When you present something, there's a little thing at the bottom about not presenting the mic. So if you're presenting a screen, be careful not to present the mic. If you're presenting when you present, it gives you an option to present a tab.
Oh.
Or to present so you go to share screen, for example, and then it says share screen. Then it says, do you want to go a tab, a window, or an entire screen?
Oh.
There at the bottom, it says also share audio, and there's a little knob on the right-hand side, which you can turn off.
Got it.
So that's just food for thought. Whenever you're sharing a tab, remember that, yeah?
Thank you.
You've got to turn off the share audio. Otherwise, it will create like audio issues and feedback. So yeah, there's this very interesting connection here that we're looking at in terms of how the planetary energies are presented.
I have one question. Were you saying that Saturn was the one that has the cross above and the crescent below, or would you say that was Jupiter?
Yeah, Saturn is a cross above and a crescent below. Jupiter is a crescent above and a cross below. Mars is a circle with a cross above an angle and above a circle and a cross. Venus is a circle with a cross below. Lunar is just a crescent. The solar is just a circle with a point in the center, the origin. I know I've forgotten something here. Then Mercury is the crescent above and the cross below, the circle combining the two. So Mercury has all three of these symbols. So there's food for thought, when we look at why Mercury is so important in the alchemical process, because Mercury is able to travel through both the solar region and the lunar region. The lunar region representing the unconscious domains, and the solar region representing the solar domains. So in our consciousness field, it could be reflected as rational intuition and rational intellect, and the loon could be considered as an abstract intellect or an abstract experience of intuition. And so we generally identify intuition with abstraction. Namaste. We've got Vincent here. We've got Bernadine. Hope you guys are good. And everybody else in the chat. Hope you guys are having a crankingly super awesome day. Hope you're all smiling. Everybody's been invited to be a part of this amazing smiling contest here. So yeah, So, who wants to kick off the ball? Do you guys want to start off going in a particular direction? Anything particular?
I would like to start off with probably the programming of the genders and the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine. So as far as gender programming and the Babylonian Mystery School, it's been revealed that men have been pushed towards not being allowed to cry in our society and shamed for that and ostracized as being girly or not manly enough to cry. And so this process can create a blocking of the right hemisphere of the brain. So the intuitive and abstract thinking becomes limited, and men are pushed more towards rational analytical thinking. Now, when one uses one side of the brain or the other, it will dampen the other side. So if men tend to get stuck in analytical thinking, it will constantly and gradually more and more dampen the right intuitive brain through time and make it so that men will have very diminished intuitive faculties if they fall into that programming. Now, some men don't fall into that programming. It's rare. But people who don't carry shame and are not offended by being ostracized or ridiculed will be willing to cry openly and not have those limitations. So, and similarly, with female programming, women are programmed not to show anger, and they're taught that they're not as strong as men, and that if they were to show their anger, they could be hurt. And so, women are taught to hide and suppress their anger, which can lead to a suppressed left hemisphere. And with a suppressed left hemisphere, their analytical and rational thinking can be diminished. And so it's said that women often have somewhat of a more challenging time on average in pursuits like mathematics and things that are strictly analytical and rational, that don't really have practical application. That can be imaginary numbers. That to us that makes sense because we're understanding the rational application by compartmentalizing those thoughts away from connecting them with everything else. But in a woman's brain, it's been found that the wrinkles in their brain are more interconnected and that their thoughts are more interconnected with different parts of the brain. And so when they think, they're using more of their brain to work through things and their emotions come into play. That's involved in the process as well. So it's said that women have a much stronger social and emotional intelligence because of this. And that's kind of been pushed under the rug because in a patriarchal man-dominated society, the advantages that women have are usually not put in the limelight. They're kind of hidden in the shadows. So women also can have typically a better spatial intelligence. Now, these are all just tendencies. These are not black and white things that happen, but this is things that people are pushed towards, and the vast majority of mankind has fallen into these two camps. But we can also liberate ourselves and unprogram ourselves and reprogram ourselves through shadow work to be able to understand that, and also through alchemy in particular, we can embrace the opposing subtle virtues of the other gender. And so this is something that's done in Taoism and mysticism as well. The man will embrace the subtle female aspects, and the female can embrace the subtle male aspects. Now, this is not the overt appearance of male or female. This is the subtle aspects of the character. So when those characteristics involve things like, for the female, which is associated with yin, those characteristics can involve things like indirectness, preparation, and precaution. Whereas with men associated with yang, those characteristics can look like directness, aggression can be a part of that, but you can see that in a more divine light, like assertion, being assertive, and also things like protection of others. And so there's a long list of both of those different lists of traits of male and female, and we could all probably add things to those lists. But I think we're understanding here that with these two gender roles that we're being pushed into, and that we can unprogram and reprogram away from, we have the power to overcome the diminishment of our faculties. And so for men, that looks like the ability to now integrate the intuitive faculties with the analytical mind. And in doing so, men can then understand what holds truth and what is misinformation or disinformation in a better way. And so for men to right now operate without those faculties, certain things might seem appealing because of their rational appeal, even though intuitively other people might see that those things don't hold any merit. So the ability to have both allows us to really see through a lot of the misinformation and disinformation that I've mentioned that's been pushed upon us in today's golden age of information. Now, when we have the ability to weed through that with intuition, we can now see through the lies and understand the truths, and then start to share those truths with one another, begin to awaken collectively.
I wanted to comment on your what you said earlier about men being shamed into crying, because I think in this day and age, like, I agree with it, but I think it's actually coming from a very different angle. I think now you're seeing it come from the feminist side. Instead of men shaming men for crying, it's now the feminists. Now, let me explain what I mean by this. It's when we kind of live in this sort of, like oppressor versus pressed kind of a culture where, women are seen as the oppressor. But now, instead of, men being shamed for crying because men are perceived as weak, now it's more like men are shamed because it's like, hey, you're the privileged one. You don't have a right to complain. Look how great your life supposedly is because you're a white male. Shut up. Your problems don't matter. They're insignificant. Only my problems matter as a woman. I'm the victim here. You're not. And I think that alienates men too. It's basically saying because, we're in this identity category of being in this like superior position, all of a sudden our complaints and our grievances are meaningless because in, the minds of the feminists, being abusive and, mocking and belittling men, they think of it as just evening out the playing field. But, the way I look at it, hate is hate. And just because you're in a position where you think that you're on the lower end of the totem pole doesn't make it any less hateful, and it doesn't make it any less cruel. We have this our culture has this weird idea that basically if you perceive yourself as some kind of as oppressed or a victim, then morality and general sort of well-being and like good faith doesn't apply to you anymore. Like, you have carte blanche to do whatever the hell you want. So I think when it comes to, dealing with my thoughts on the whole, patriarchy thing, and, if you want to stop the patriarchy, and I'll tell this to feminists, and I don't want to hear it. If you really want to stop the patriarchy, say something nice to a guy, treat him with kindness, give him a freaking hug, because I think one of the reasons that, men take on these kind of attitudes that are disrespectful to women is because a lot of times they either had like some kind of a woman break their heart, or they had an abusive mother, that didn't love them, all that much, or they treated them poorly. Like, it's like we live in this world where it's like we think respect is a one-way street, where it's like everybody has to respect me, but I don't have to respect everybody else. I think that if we're going to talk about healing the divide between masculine and feminine, it's like before the seesaw was unbalanced another way, and within recent years it quickly shifted in the opposite direction, not really balancing it. So I think when it comes to balance, like, if we want people to respect each other, we have to actually respect each other. We can't, treat people like crap and be mean to them and somehow expect them to respect us back because of some sort of perceived victimhood status. So that's my take on it.
I think you make a really interesting point, and I would draw these distinctions just so that we're clear in this conversation what we're talking about. Because, okay, so we can speak about patriarchy and we can speak about feminism, just as an example. Now, feminism, to me, what I think feminism represents was essentially women trying to get the same rights as men, which was a perfectly natural and objectively correct thing to do. And should be. Everybody should have the same rights. Women should be allowed to vote. No damn two ways about it. Women should be able to work if they want to. They should have recourse to the same options as men, and men should have recourse to the same options as women, right? That should be the way it is. For example, of the is it 2,000 shelters for people that have suffered some form of abuse. I think one of them is for men in America. That's changing slowly, but that's like the ratio. So men are being sort of sidelined in a sense, like as if men don't get abused. A lot of men get abused in different ways, and but I think that, for example, like when we're talking about feminism, there's what we're being portrayed as feminism in the media, which I would say is an extremist form of feminism. Most feminists that I meet are just sort of normal women that are very pro women having equality, which is like a healthy form of feminism, I would say. But I think that you get these extremists, and these extremist feminists, I think, are what you're talking about, Cosmic, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, you're more absolutely right. I think that there is like a reasonable aspect of feminism where it's just simply women wanting to have equal rights as men. But I think there's also a branch of feminism that just really just hatred and derision towards men and using feminism as an excuse, basically as sort of a way to kind of disguise or mask their internal sexism and their internal hatred towards men by kind of like, because this is what all narcissists essentially do, is they paint themselves as the victim so that nobody thinks of themselves, so that nobody suspects them of being the perpetrator. And I think that, you know, when it comes to feminism, it should be about equal rights, and there definitely needs to be like equality when it comes to men and women. But I think some women don't. The extremists you're talking about, they don't see it that way. They just want an inverted patriarchy, if that makes any sense. So I think if we're really going to believe that men and women are equal, then women are just as equal of lusting for power and dominance as men are. Anybody that feels small and insecure when they don't have a heart to sort of guide them, they can kind of become the power seekers themselves. That's why sometimes I think what happens is when people get bullied all their lives and all of a sudden they're given a lot of power, they have the potential to become the bullies themselves. And I know this as someone who's been bullied for a pretty huge chunk of their childhood. That temptation is there to want to seek vengeance, but you always have to resist that because obviously vengeance doesn't really lead to anything good. It's one of those things you think is satisfying, but really when you kind of get it, it just sort of feels kind of like ugly and hollow. So yeah, I think that there is a distinction that can be made between a more reasonable feminist and some of the more extreme feminists. And I think it's also important to point out that a lot of these feminists argue against each other. These different camps of sort of the regular kind and the extreme kind, they're kind of like battling for dominance within their own sort of circles. And so, yeah, I think that it's important to make that distinction about equality. But I think it's also important to recognize that there's people who want to tip the scales in the opposite direction and make it imbalanced in a completely different way. So to really, I think to really not truly not be sexist is not so much looking at the opposite sex and, praising them like a god. Really what it is recognizing that the people within that sex are individuals with their own individual thoughts and beliefs and are equally capable of choosing good or evil in life. And I think if you basically, say one group of people are terrible, I mean, obviously, that's, a bad thing to do. But to say that they're all good and they can never do wrong, that's equally deceptive and wrong. And I think that, I think another aspect of the problem is the whole concept of group identity, that people don't really have individual identities, and they're just sort of a mouthpiece for a group dynamic. And I think one of the steps that we have to also do, and to heal this cultural divide, is to have a recognition of the individual within the collective, because I think that the individual with their own free will and their own autonomy has lost in replacement of this idea of self that's ultimately more deterministic, the idea that we're just sort of these, we're products of history, we're products of our upbringing, and we really don't have any free will or say in how we develop or grow as people, which I mean to some extent is certainly true, that our environment does shape who we are as people. But I think there's also an aspect of free will where we still have a choice to determine how we develop as people, what values we follow, so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
brother. I think that's so on point. Yeah, carry on, brother.
I feel like there's definitely a huge distinction between like the suffrage movement, where women wanted the ability to vote and have work, and the radical feminist movement, where they make arguments like men need to have breast implants so that they can breastfeed it. They're not a real man unless they're breastfeeding the child too, which does not sound very like a man to me. That sounds like some kind of a strange amalgamation of the two. Now, the radical feminist movement has made some ridiculous arguments, but the suffrage movement seems pretty reasonable. However, some people believe that the suffrage movement was created to push women into enslavement as well. Men having been enslaved with the division of labor, but women were free in somewhat of. They say women were like real princesses before the suffrage movement. They didn't have to work. They do whatever they want. They spent the time with the kids, being an at-home mother, raising the kids proper, being with them at all times. And then that was taken away from them with the suffrage movement. And it said that the woman that organized that was a radical feminist, and that she was trying to imbue a change in our society to push everyone into slavery in a failing economy, to work in the working class that became a slave population now. We no longer have the ability to have the means to afford to pay our bills, even though we work full time now. So, and women have been pushed into that as well. So it could be argued that all of the feminist movement is corrupted, but there's definitely the value of equality is something that is now coming into the picture in a different light, with a lot of these female prime ministers around the world trying to gain more equal rights for women, with not being discriminated in the workplace. So even though it might have been a step back for women to go into the workplace, and that's arguable, maybe it was a definite move forward. We can't really say for sure. It's a matter of opinion. But now that women are in the workplace with men, they're making steps now so that women can earn an equal wage in the same position of a man. That was done in Iceland, and that was a big step forward in human rights. But also, when it comes to this moving into the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine, some of this is most easily seen in parenting. Now, when a man is unbalanced, he'll be over disciplinary and angry with the children. When a woman is unbalanced, she'll be overly emotional with the children and coddling, but not disciplinary. Now, those are two particular types of toxic parenting where it's unbalanced. Now, if those two parents could both, oftentimes the parents will play a good cop, bad cop role. But if both of the parents could be autonomous parenting figures in a sacred way, they'd be able to have disciplinary aspects and loving aspects to each other, and have the ability to have compassion for the children along with the discipline. So we know that when we confront children with emotional abuse, it can be more damaging than physical abuse. And so physical and emotional abuse is not that good at helping children learn discipline. Whereas having the ability to give the kids what could be considered tough love with compassion would be a different scenario, where the kids are not being abused, but they're being shown that the parents, instead of saying, "You made me upset," the parents would be able to control their emotional reactions and hold that in, or find a cathartic way to express that in a different place, and then tell the child, "It troubles me to see you act this way. I hope to see that you would be able to do better, because I want to see you succeed in life, and I love you so much." And now that kind of a message is going to be helping the children to understand things, why they should act differently, and
understand that they should do it because they're being loved, because it's for a positive reason. Now, if people usually don't do things that they have to do, if they're told they have to do something they don't want to, sometimes they will, but they don't want to do it oftentimes because they've been told they have to. So children are in a similar manner. They don't necessarily want to be told what to do without understanding why. And in the parenting that we've come into in our time, it's been not really examined until recently and understood that parents will oftentimes blame the children for their own emotional responses, and the children don't necessarily know how to get an emotional reaction. They're not necessarily going for that. Now, some children will try to push buttons, but oftentimes the parents will put guilt and shame on the children for causing their emotional reaction, whereas the children did not necessarily know that it was going to cause an emotional reaction or intend that. So if the parents can control their emotional reactions and use more compassion and be disciplinary as well, not just be bending over backwards for these kids, which is very hard in today's society, because without being able to discipline our kids right now, with the strict manner of society, it's become very difficult to instill discipline in them. But this could be helpful to push us towards doing it in a better way, in a way in which it's not necessarily as abusive to the kid. But so we all know that some kids are trouble. They do need some tough love sometimes, or to be put in some form of punishment. Oftentimes, like a timeout or something seems like a very reasonable way of going about it.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good. Yeah. But one thing that I've been thinking about, and this doesn't just apply to kids, I think this applies to people in general, is that we have this weird delusion in society that the way to make a person a better, more compassionate human being is through shame and guilt. I mean, this is obviously the Catholics are guilty of this, and to some extent the woke too. But the way I look at it, shame and guilt don't make you a more compassionate person. They just make you more compliant and more obedient, which some people might confuse with being compassionate. It's like, oh, Timmy is doing his homework, and but the thing is they're just doing stuff because they're afraid of the punishment. Once you remove the punishment, they're just back to being anarchists again. So I think that there is something true to the necessity of discipline and needing order and obedience. But I think, like Indy Sage said, you also need that compassion dimension, because I think that's something that's going to make you a better person in the long term. Whereas I think with guilt and shame, that just makes you more obedient and compliant in the short term. And we just kind of go with it because it seems like an easy way to, modify and control people's behavior. Whereas with, I think with compassion, it's definitely more difficult and it requires more patience. But I think strategically it has a longer term sort of return for success in terms of I think if you really cultivate compassion in a person, that person's probably going to follow those compassionate values for the rest of their life. Whereas if you instill that based on guilt or fear or shame, there's going to be a lot of resentment that's going to build up over time. And it's just going to turn out negative, and they're just going to be kind of repeat the same cycle of, guilt and shame. And it's weird too. It's like you feel guilty and shameful, and the way you overcome your guilt and shame is to make other people feel guilty and shameful and kind of pass it on to them like a virus. So I think, Indy Sage, you're definitely on to an important point in regards to and obviously with childcare, but I think in terms of spirituality and how we treat ourselves, I think that same logic can apply. I think a lot of times, we think to ourselves that if we want to get better motivated at something, we just we got to feel guilty about the fact, we got to feel guilty that we're not productive. We got to feel guilty and shameful that we're not making good choices. But I find when it comes to motivation, you need a carrot at the end of the stick, so to speak, something positive to move you forward. You can't just have this negativity and guilt and reinforcement. And honestly, if I think about the times I've been productive in life in terms of writing, creativity, and when I really feel productive in the mode, that was never inspired by like guilt or feeling like bad that I'm not being productive. It's just this kind of natural urge to just kind of be creative and do something. You just feel compelled to do it. And I think we got to figure out ways to cultivate that natural enthusiasm as opposed to it being a kind of like a BF Skinner box of shame and guilt, so to speak.
That is so very, very true. And namaste to everybody that's been joining the chat. Namaste, my cherry. I hope you're good. Aloha. And I agree, you know, carrot and the stick. That's the only way. It's like you gotta be mercurial. You gotta be able to apply both the sulfur and the salt, you know, in order to hit that optimal transformation. Though looking back, my dad was a bit strict with me, did me the world of good, you know. I wasn't allowed to just eat sweets. There was a certain amount. Things were like reward based. I think reward based. It's like that's how I train my dogs. You can't train a dog by hitting it. No, you can train a dog with jerky. And once they're trained, they don't think about it anymore. It becomes second nature. It's the same with a child. Once you've been taught not to steal, not to lie, not to cheat, by the time you become older, it's just part of your character. You don't even know why you're that way. Because you just remember, like, oh no, my dad taught me, like, when I was young, don't do that. So you just don't do it. And by the time you're an adult, you've got all those values in place. I think those values are slipping these days. But sadly, you know, with a lot of people, the old school values. But getting back to the masculine and feminine and the feminist divide, you know, there's some really interesting numbers that we don't look at. Like, I think we've been sold an extremist version of feminism, and men are being pushed towards feeling some kind of a guilt because of a patriarchy that they supposedly created. And now let's step back. After watching this Red Pill documentary, it really got me thinking. Right, so let's look at the official stats. So 75 to 80% of all men internationally in the world are the suicides. So if men have got it so easy, and if men's lives are so amazing, right, why are the men committing suicide and the women aren't? These are like really fundamental and important questions to ask. And then you look at other things like when it comes to occupational hazards, right? According to the European Commission, men are 7.3 times more likely to get injured or to get maimed or to be not alive due to working conditions. So for every one woman that gets injured, there's more than 7 men getting injured. Men are expendable. When it comes to war, men will go to war. These days, even though there's women soldiers, you look at the Iraqi war, I think 99.9% of all the casualties were men. Even though probably not 99.9% of all the soldiers were men. And so it's always been that way. Men have always been considered expendable, right? During the Titanic, for example, it was just assumed that all the women and children, obviously children should go first, right, would be saved. So that means that a woman that's 65 years old will be being saved before a man that's 22. If you look at the logistics behind that, it doesn't actually make sense, right? Saying that a man who's 22 that's got so much to give back to society is more expendable than a woman that's 65. So men, I think, have always been made to feel expendable. When it comes to child rights, especially in the US, the law is ridiculous, right? When it comes to this. For example, women will get the custody of children most times. And there are lots of documented cases of women getting the custody of children and giving the child up for adoption as an act of spite towards her ex-man. And him not being able to even get rights to his child. This is the kind of thing that really happens. You talk about like how biased and unfair child courts are against men. Anybody that says that's not the case hasn't really looked into it. They haven't actually spoken to a child lawyer, child court lawyer. Some of us have had to consider this as a possibility, as an option. Like, so the reality is that there's very much unfairness against men on a lot of levels. Oh, a woman that commits first-degree murder and a man that commits first-degree murder, the same basic conditions legally, situationally, in terms of evidence, the woman is more likely to get 40% of the jail time that the man will get. So if a woman commits first-degree murder and she goes to jail for 4 or 5 years, the man will go to jail for 10 or 12 years. That's just unanimous across the wall, because men are just considered to be more guilty than women. So there's a lot of inequality when it comes to the law, when it comes to economics, right? When it comes to the way child courts will operate. The woman will often sue the man for money so that she can live an exuberant lifestyle, and the man can't actually afford the lifestyle that she wants to live, but the courts just assume that he must pay that money because that's the lifestyle she wants to live. So it's not always fair. It's not always realistic. So the man will be giving out most of his money to look after his child to a woman who didn't want him, who cast him aside and said, I don't want you, but now you must look after me as well as my child, even though she now in this new world has the option to get a job like everybody else. See? So things have changed in a way. In the old days, there was chivalry. Men had to follow the rules of chivalry. A woman had to follow the rules of being ladies. Now the rules that define a woman being a lady, women don't have to follow those rules. They're free. Men are still bound by the rules of chivalry to a certain degree when it comes to socio-economic and legislative elements. So there are a lot of inequalities when it comes to men and women. This is why the suicide rate of men is so much higher than women. They suffer with their own pressure. So I think, like you say, this extremist feminist ideology that men have got it so easy and women have got it so hard doesn't really hold true. Though that being said, there are inequalities that both the woman and the men suffer. And I think this is something that the women don't realize and the men don't realize. The men never realized how the woman suffered. So the woman got up and spoke about them. The thing that blew my mind in this Red Pill documentary, it absolutely blew my mind, right? And I'll stick the link in here. For those of you that are interested in watching it, wow. So basically, and namaste, Flusteer. Hope you're good. Hope you're having a great day. Here's the link for that documentary. I hope it'll play. I hope it'll shoot through. Yep, it does. It does shoot through. So you'll find it in the chat box now, for those of you that are interested. Very interesting information being shared there. And the men wanted to have opportunities to meet, to discuss in groups. And the violence and the aggression that these extremist feminist groups displayed against the men for just wanting to meet and have a discussion was incredible to observe. Physical, emotional, psychological, verbal abuse, to the points where they were getting violent towards the men, because of course they can. They're women. We're women. We can be violent towards you. It's all right. We're women. Let a man try and do that to a woman. Let men go to a feminist rally and behave in even half the despicable way as those feminists behaved at their rally. They'd be arrested and in jail in no time. So there's definitely an inadequacy with regards to the law being able to police fairly in terms of everybody having equal rights, as opposed to women having one set of rights. In a situation where there's a violent situation in a home, a woman gets drunk and she starts physically beating up a man because she's a woman and she can, right? She's a woman. She can beat him up. It's nothing going to happen to her. When the cops come there, she just tells the cops that he beat her up. She broke a fingernail, her hand sore. She was punching him. She's hurt her hand from punching him. She says it's his fault. He's the one who's going to get taken off by the cops and put in a cell for the night and have to deal with legal consequences, not her. As men, you've really got to protect yourself. Literally. If a woman physically, violently assaults you, you can't defend yourself. If you dare to try and defend yourself, you get put in jail. You got to run away from that woman and hope that she doesn't call the cops and make a case against you. So very often where you have aggressive woman, the men will have to actually leave the premises. If you're in your own home and a woman's being violent towards you, you'll leave the home. But you see, so this is a dynamic which is an interesting one, and you'll find more and more of late. I believe the statistics are 3 to 4. For every 4 times a man assaults a woman assaults a man 3 times. People aren't aware of this, right? There are tens of thousands of cases of men being found guilty of physically assaulting women. How many cases are there of women getting found guilty of assaulting men, even though it happens in a ratio that 75% of all physical assaults between men and women are, not 75, 3 to 4 ratio. So it's less than, what would that be? So it's about 40 to 60. Is that right? Even so, there's 40% of all assaults are women assaulting men violently. But of those 40% of assaults, maybe 2% will be processed. 1%, 2%. When it comes to the 60% of the men assaulting women, it's probably about 35%, or no, about 50% of them will be processed legally. So there's this complete and ridiculous situations. And even where men won't even bother going to report it to the courts, the police station, if they've been assaulted, because they probably won't be taken seriously. So this is like a real reality. And when it comes to verbal abuse and emotional abuse, I think women are more likely to perpetrate psychological abuse against men, more likely than men against women. I've known so many guys where the women play games. It's what they do, So it's a very interesting dynamic. Men are more likely to physically act out against a woman, as the stats show, a 4 to 3 ratio. I think when it comes to women, they're 4 to 3, probably equally more likely to act out emotionally against the men. So there's this balance in the sexes, which is never really considered when it comes to like the way the world runs. And I do believe that this has got a lot to do with the wokeist agenda. What do you think? How does all of this relate to wokeism? Do they want men to feel demonized? Do they want men to feel ashamed because they're men?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's all about control and power and taking over. I think what the thing about woke is that a lot of it claims to be equality, about equality, but it's actually about dominance and control. It's really kind of, I want to take the side that opposes me and put them in a dog muzzle and basically and pull them along on a leash. That's the way I look at it, And the thing is, when it comes to, I think that one thing I've been thinking about lately is that we all wrestle with the temptation to become authoritarian in our lives. We look at, rulers, and we look at politicians, figures in the media, and we think, oh, these people are fascist, these people are authoritarian, or, the people on the right, are all Nazis, and the people on the left, they're all communists. And, maybe there's some truth to some of those things. But I think that when it comes to that impulse to control, it comes from a place of helplessness, is that when you feel, helpless and scared and everyone is out to get you, you then become more incentivized to want to control other people, control the environment so that you feel safe. And the thing about the woke agenda is that a lot of these younger people are getting this narrative that the whole world is out to get you. Everybody wants to oppress you. Everybody wants to keep you down. And because they believe that everyone is trying to control them, they then feel like they have to control everybody else. So I think when it comes to, dealing with like authoritarianism and the powers that be, we have to recognize that a lot of that desire to control and manipulate is that it comes from a place of thinking that we're controlled, we're being oppressed, we're being manipulated because, they're doing it to me. It's okay that I do it to them. It's just kind of this two wrongs don't make a right kind of dynamic. And so, yeah, that's the way I look at it.
My little boy is trying to crank me into a conversation in the background. He's a cheeky little bugger. He knows I'm busy doing my live show. Hope you heard that. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think there's a lot to be said there about this feeling like you're being cornered. I think it's part of the psyops narrative that's being broadcasted into our consciousness. It's part of the way in which societal construction is being utilized by corporate interests that use governments and various different offices and banks and financial institutions to control our lives one way or another. I think the whole thing with women's liberation is very interesting because traditionally, okay, so let's go way back to traditionalism, right? Traditionally, the woman would look after the home, the farm, and look after the children. The men would go off to find resources to bring home. That was pretty much traditional. Would we agree that that's like, I'm talking going back 10s, 20, 30,000 of years, right back to hunter-gatherer times, perhaps, right? I would say that that's always been the natural order of things.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not that the women would actually forage for berries and vegetation because most men are colorblind to a larger degree back then. And the men would only go out and hunt because the women wouldn't want them to poison them with getting the wrong berries and stuff. So they said, you just go keep yourself busy and you go hunt something. We're going to take care of the important foods that are going to keep us healthy.
And to go to the other village to trade.
Yes. Now, after agriculture,
Very important resources. Like, what don't we need? What do they need? We've got this. We're going to give you we have this berries to get those things that we need from you. So the men had to go and get resources that you couldn't get locally. So the home was like a huge farm, wasn't it? In those days, it was like.
Well, there's a difference between hunting and gathering and then agriculture societies. Now, during the clans or tribes of hunting and gathering, male and female both did an equal amount of work going out and foraging and hunting food to be able to bring back and prepare and cook. And they did an equal amount of work around the home, and they shared the homework at the home in the cave or wherever they were dwelling, and they shared the equal amount of work out foraging around. Now, when agriculture came into place, what happened was women started to experience a huge prevalence of miscarriages from working around domesticated animals. And so they then became completely centered in the home, not allowed to ever participate in farming or even they were very limited in their harvesting that they'd be allowed to do. Over time, they were completely centered in the home, not allowed to go out to do trade in the markets or with other farms, not allowed to go out into the places of worship. They weren't even allowed to attend the churches. They weren't allowed to read. And so the women went from being equal in hunting and gathering to being slaves of the home from agriculture. So that was a very drastic turn that made things more patriarchal in our society. And the matriarchal aspect then died off. It still remained alive in the home, creating the beauty of like homemade quilts and making homemade tailored clothing and homemade food and things like that. But they lost their privileges and power to be able to go out and be amongst other people. And they were just kind of like caged up at that point, which is something they tried to end with the suffrage movement.
That's very interesting because when we look at the, like obviously history has been tampered with Like, to the extent of the tampering, we don't know. But even in modern history, in the last 200 years, there's unsettling, hard evidence in the archives of most and many of the older universities. Photographic evidence that in the 1700s there were women in the classrooms reading, men studying. Evidence. 1800s, early 1800s, evidence. Class lists of everybody in the class, photographs, reports of the students, it's all there. And then letters by the deans of the old universities writing to other deans saying, how are we going to stop women from partaking in the universities? How are we going to get them out of university? So it seemed like it was a state-run procedure where the heads of universities were actively trying to undermine women and trying to get them out of universities. And then by the 1800s, there's less, as the 1800s go on, there's less and less women in the university until there's none of them. But prior to that, in the 1700s, there was women in the universities. Even in the early 1800s, there was still women in the universities, and they were trying to get rid of them. So it's very interesting when you go and look at a lot of historians that have come up with this unsettling evidence in archives. And this is like hard evidence. It's not some conspiracy theory stuff. It's not somebody who's a conspiracy theorist. It's somebody who's a historian looking at the archives and coming up with stuff that doesn't add up. Like, this doesn't add up with the history that I know. And I think there's a lot of this archival evidence that adds up with the history that we don't know. I mean, look at the newspapers, the old newspapers, and the old literature, and Tartaria, and there's so much that's been hidden from us. So I wonder how much of this engineering, how much of this war of the sexes was engineered. Like, it was Freud's plan to make cigarettes available only to men.
Wow.
Because this, and this plan was put into action by his cousin. What was his name? Bernays, Edward Bernays. Was it his cousin? I think it was his cousin. So it was Freud's cousin, Edward Bernays, who had been approached by the cigarette companies. And they were like, how can we get more people to smoke? And he said, well, first what you do is you make it a male-only thing. And you make it very unpopular and unfashionable for the woman, but good for the men. And once you've got all the men smoking, you then allow the women to smoke so that they use the smoking as a equalizer to the men. So they literally had a long plan to get everybody smoking, and it worked. Even to this day, everybody's vaping.
Like cigars, wouldn't you say? You don't see too many women smoking a cigar.
No. I'm talking about they were smoking cigarettes. In those days, a woman had these holders.
Oh, yeah.
They had these long, thin women's cigarettes. They actually even made women's cigarettes. They looked all dainty. They looked woman-like. Those long, thin ones.
Yep. Virginia Slim.
And they women couldn't hold the cigarette. They would have to have a holder because it wasn't ladylike to hold a cigarette. It was dirty. So, but they were still smoking. It was a big trendy thing in the 60s and the 70s. Everybody was smoking, right? Not just cigarettes. But it's just interesting how I think the state has really played the sexes against each other. Like, they've really gone out of their way to delve into it. So how does this relate to alchemy? Alchemy of the sexes.
Before I answer that question, I wanted to mention quickly that it seems engineered because in the 20s to 40s, pink was a boy's color, which is like a diminished red, and blue was a girl's color, which is like sweet and flowery. And then they switched it up completely 180 degrees. So it seems like it's not really what's really naturally supposed to be there. It's like they're trying to see what works and flip it around and see what works better. They're changing it up. That doesn't seem natural to me. That seems like a psyop or some kind of engineered programming. But as far as alchemy goes, did you want to respond to that, or?
Well, exactly, because the whole thing that chivalry was related to the color red and pink, right?
Yeah.
Because it's active. The ladies were supposed to be all demure, which relates to the emotional content of the color blue. Blue was very much calm, peaceful. So they basically wanted to pacify the men. and ignite a fire under the woman's butts. So they switched the colors around so that the men that were naturally in tune with the red vibration would be pacified by the blue, and the women that were naturally peacefully inclined, because women tend to be more peaceful in their natural habitat and natural state than men, other than when they have children, then they are like the opposite, right? Like same like animals, right? Like a dog, a male dog's normally going to be more aggressive than a female dog unless the dog's got puppies, right?
Yeah.
Then the female's different.
Right.
And so I think that's across the board. With animals, you'll find that's very often the case. The males will be the one who, hey, this is my territory. What are you doing here? But if there's a female with a baby, she takes precedence. Like even the males will get away. You know, they won't mess with her because they'll know like this woman means business. So that's very interesting what you mentioned about the colors and how that applies to the psychology. I think there's a lot there to be looked at.
Now, you said that the blue would pacify the men. Now, do you think the pink could enrage the girls, make them more fired up, bring them up their negative emotions?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
It makes sense, doesn't it? It's more
what you
active.
said about how women will be more likely to catalyze a conflict with emotional aggression, and the men will be more likely to respond with the violent physical aggression. That makes a lot of sense how they've played that out. But we can all work towards alchemizing this whole situation, and we can bring it into a sacred feminine and the sacred masculine by helping each other be more balanced.
Mm-hmm.
And forgiveness comes first, and then understanding.
You know, another angle to look at this is perhaps the this negative dynamic between male and female is itself a kind of dark alchemy. Like, I'm thinking about this as a concept that using hatred and sowing division as a kind of alembic, a kind of flame that you're taking these ingredients and you're sort of melting them with negative energy to kind of fuse them into your desired result.
I like the word limbic.
Did you finish, or did your thing?
Yeah, I
off?
finished.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be done there, and I think like you say, it was like an experiment. You know, it was definitely an act of alchemy that was being done, and so when we start looking at this alchemy and just how it works, it's rather quite interesting, I think, because it does relate quite profoundly. The fact that when we are sort of looking at the forerunner of change, the forerunner of change will always be to dismantle things. So if you want to change the society of the sexes, then you have to take things apart, which means the things that the way they work have to be reversed to a certain extent so that the polarity causes disintegrity. So I think that was a way of confusing the roles in the nucleus family and breaking up the nucleus family. I think it was all part of a clever psyops campaign. And it's very interesting when we look at like children in schools, right? And the way in which little girls were treated in schools and the way in which little boys were treated. And it's very interesting how up to a certain age, you can't really tell a girl from a boy apart, can you? Do you remember being in school, do you guys?
Yeah.
There wasn't much of a difference between boys and girls up until about, what, 7, 8? Then suddenly the girls are like on another level. The boys are
No,
like,
I feel like girls have
happened to
always
you? You
felt like
changed.
aliens to me when I was growing up as a kid. But I was just thinking just now, because I was thinking about that point I just said, and I think I kind of like connected some dots here. I think that when it comes to this battle between the sexes, what's really going on is actually, if there are these powers that be, I think it's actually, the goal is actually total androgyny to the point that there's no distinction between the sexes at all. Because I've been thinking about that, a lot of this stuff that we're talking about this kind of these suffrages movement and the changes between men and women, and you, Shaman, talking earlier about around the 1800s was around the time when they stopped allowing women into the universities. And I'm thinking this is all taking apart around the time of the Industrial Revolution. Now, if you think about it, we're creating a society where people are more expected to be machines, robots, effective workers. I think that's why there's all this gender confusion, is because it's like society we want to deny our animal nature and instead think of ourselves as these sort of genderless androids, these robotic things without gender. Because if you think about, someone's masculinity or someone's femininity, that sexuality is a kind of a connector to sort of your primordial self, the part of you that's connected to nature and that Gaian panpsychist matrix that we all sort of inhabit. And, because the way the Fae have kind of taught me is that, when it comes to, sexuality, there's two, in our society, there's really two reasons we have sex, either to reproduce or for, fun and pleasure. But for the Fae, there's also this development of that sex is a communion with nature. It's the sense that when you're, partnered up with someone of the opposite gender, it's sort of like you're sort of getting plugged into the internet of sort of nature, the same way in like the Avatar movie, that they're all kind of like connected between like all the stuff. I think sex in a way is how we sort of commune with nature. And what you see with these battle between the sexes is this kind of back and forth between making men more feminine and making women more masculine. And if you kind of put those two all together, the end result you realize is they just want to completely eliminate gender and sex altogether, to create a completely genderless, robotic, androgynous society that's completely lost its connection to nature, so that it's more connected to the technological and the virtual. And you already see this with Generation Z. And I think one of the reasons why younger people have such an easy time pretending they're not male, or pretending they're not female, or pretending they're non-binary, is because they spend so much time on their phones and spending so much time in that intellectual, mechanical internet world, that they don't really spend time engaging with their bodies, engaging with physical reality, so they don't intuitively feel that intrinsic sort of sexuality, and instead becomes this kind of abstract intellectual category that one can change simply by thinking about it. And that's one thing we've done. We've taken sex and we made it abstract. And I think that if we look at the war of the sexes, it's kind of like this inward spiral going away from both extremes and losing the polarity and sort of losing the charge. Because the way the Fae kind of describe it, masculine and feminine are like the positive negative charges of a battery that essentially power the universe, power consciousness and action. And without that polarity, you kind of neutralized and sort of it's like they're basically trying to sterilize sort of humanity, not just on a physical level, but like on a psychological and spiritual level. So I think that if we're talking about, it's like an alchemy, not to enrich the masculine and the feminine, but to dilute both of them so that they become indistinguishable from each other. And that way we become, more robotic, easy to program, because then we're cut off from our natural instincts and our connection with nature. And then we are more applicable to be connected to the mechanical and the industrial.
Yeah,
That's so beautifully put. Please continue, brother.
I see a big push in trying to make people more androgenized. And it's really more about appearances. I feel like there's really not too much of a push about people trying to adopt the subtle virtues of the other gender. I feel like it's more about not caring if you look androgynous, not caring if you don't dress like a male or dress like a female or have the appearance of a male or female. But I don't feel like there's as much of a pull on acting like a female, acting like a male, as far as the subtle aspects. It'd be more about like speaking like a male or speaking like a female with their tone of voice, but not necessarily thinking like a female or thinking like a male. I don't feel like there's much there at all for that.
No, that's definitely true, because I think what I just talked about, I think when a lot of these people, they imitate the other sex, they do so in a kind of a surface level and shallow way.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting, like when we have a lot of these like women that they try to like, they want to be like men and they want to be more masculine. The irony is, it's like they only embody the negative characteristics of men, the aggression, the arrogance, the domineering, but they're not embracing the more positive aspects of masculinity, like loyalty, brotherhood, courage, fate, doing things despite being afraid. And likewise, with when men try to be more like women, they just want to embody just that pure, raw, lustful sexuality of a woman, but not necessarily the genuine motherly aspect, the compassionate aspect, the real, not the kind of this like, because I think a lot of people, like, they want the appearance of being compassionate. They look nice and they just kind of say things to, like for example, like if someone's like, maybe you're totally overweight or something, instead of saying like, man, maybe you should, eat healthier. They say, no, you're perfect the way you are. Not because you actually want this person to get better, but because you want to feel good about yourself in the moment and think, oh, I'm such a great, wonderful person. And I think that's another issue that I think needs to be talked about. Is I think that there's so much fake compassion in our society, so much of this, like, people wearing masks of smiling faces, but have, they're demons underneath those masks. Underneath that smiling mask is just a face with fangs and just like anger, and I think that that needs to be talked about.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you guys have really started to like drop the hammer on like the really deep elements of this conversation. And I think now that we've gotten rid of the woke people by talking on the surface level, we're starting to go deep dive. So now we're getting into the sphere of alchemy. We're getting into the sphere of androgyny and how androgyny is a part of alchemy. But prior to facilitating androgyny, which leads to change, like when we look at like the three alchemical principles, right? They are sort of summarized by sulfur, mercury, and salt. So sulfur represents the soul, represents the love, desire, emotional connection. That's feminine on a level, deep level. Then you've got salt that represents the anima, represents the willpower, right? The physical, the body. That's masculine. Men root their energy in Muladhara chakra. Women root their energy in Svadhisthana chakra, sacral plexus, as opposed to the perineal center. Then you've got Mercury, which is the androgyny. And Mercury represents the mind, the spirit that permeates the intellect, and the proverbial driver that brings direction to these two aspects. And so in the universe, all three of these aspects are fundamental. So when we look at alchemy, really what it is, it's about masculine, feminine, in terms of energy, in terms of polarity, as it's expressed in terms of substance, sulfur and salt. And salt is about crystallization, right? And sulfur is what breaks things down. So sulfur then relates to the first principle, which they call negreda. And the negreda is the the blackening, where things are broken to bits and going into the shadow and the darkness, and allowing things to be broken down. And then you've got the albedo, which is the called the whiteness, which represents the purification, right? And that purification is also related to refinement and distillation, I suppose. As that refinement happens, it's refining, separating the fineness qualities out of each other. And then you have the rubido. And the rubido is the reddening, And that relates to the actual transformative potential being brought into action towards perfecting. And so these three fundamental principles are broken down into 7 principles, right? And you could say that the coagulation becomes the externalization of the rubido, the transformative potential being expressed. You could say that the distillation, which is the 6th stage, becomes the expression of this albedo, this whitening of this purification, refinement, and separating out the refined bits of what's being made. Then the nigrido represents the 5th element, which is the fermentation. Just things going rotten, things getting old, things getting into their parts that they don't want to see. Then the first 4 stages of the 7 stages of the alchemical process, obviously, is the first one, which is a calcination, and which is basically it relates to breaking down all the calcium, all the things that are holding it together. Then the next bit is the dissolution. Dissolution is obviously to do with the principle of water. The calcination is obviously to do with the principle of fire. The principle of fire is that calcination, and the dissolution is the reflection of the element of water, which is the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage is the element of air, which is the separation phase, which is where you're separating things, the gas from the liquid from this, right? Then the conjunction, which is the 4th stage, which is where you put the different things that you've created together. And then from there, you start the fermentation process, which then leads to the distillation process, which then leads to the coagulation process. And then you have created your medicine or whatever it is you're making. But these 7 principles relate to the 7 principles of Hermes as well. And they also relate to the fulfillment of the energetic spectrum within the 7 chakras. So we can see that the first 4 elements are really to do with the fundamental, but those 3 aspects of the nigrido, the albedo, and the rubido are really the heart of it. Obviously, they represent, salt, which is like often referred to as the red dragon. Yeah. That red dragon of salt, which represents that anima, the power, the will, the potency of anything. Then there's the yellow of sulfur. I think sulfur is like one of the most common elements, is it not? Sulfur is a very common element which relates to the soul, to that which gives us impetus and desire to move, to change, to grow. And then of course you've got the red dragon of salt and the green dragon of mercury, right? And then you have the yellow dragon of sulfur. So you've got these 3 dragons. This is pretty much unanimous. You see this in Taoist alchemy as well, which is quite interesting. And so I think these principles are really what's being manipulated. All these things that we're talking about here in the woke world, if we really look at what they're doing, this is like inner alchemy being worked, right? They're like, separate the men from the women, right? So the calcination, the dissolution, the separation, the conjunction, the fermentation. I think that we are now going from fermentation to distillation process in terms of the global re-education of our consciousness and wokeness. It's going to a whole nother level. Yeah. And that distillation process is going to go to coagulation very soon. And the coagulation is what we're witnessing, right? The coagulation is when people start saying, you know what, AI is not that bad. I don't mind being connected to AI. I don't mind having AI directly wired into my head. It actually makes a lot of sense. And why shouldn't I get my body augmented? Why shouldn't I get one of those Elon Musk bits jammed into my head? Why not? I'll have much better memory. I'll be able to interface with AI directly. I'll have an entire Google database at my fingertips in my mind. I'll be on another level of knowledge towards everybody else is. I'll be able to operate on an almost divine level of consciousness. And I'll be a genius. Why shouldn't I have one of those bits jammed into my heads? And I think like this entire sexist thing, like you so accurately pointed out to begin with, Cosmic, is about shutting down breeding and shutting down the desire to breed and shutting down the masculine feminine polarity, as in the alchemical process is being collapsed. They're doing it for the last time, kind of thing, to crystallize something with and take away the actual potential for alchemy, which obviously relates to, you know, that sulfuric potential and that salt being combined with the fire, and that inner fire, obviously, what is the inner fire called? Azut. Is it azut? Azot. The azot is that inner fire which is being applied to the elements, these three fundamental elements. So these three fundamental elements are really like the man, the woman, and the interaction between them. And so if you want to alchemize an entire society, you focus on those three elements. You don't try and focus on everything else. It's blinding. But if there's a group of people that have the financial and legislative and enough fingers in the pies to be able to affect the way in which people think, then once you start reprogramming the fundamentals into people's behavior patterns based upon the idea of how they relate to themselves, I think it becomes very easy to program people. Because if we can be convinced that we're something that we're not, then we can be convinced to believe a lie. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like the technological developments are really catering to this movement where they're trying to take away our push towards breeding and towards noticing our physiology. The more we have these like electronic and machine powered devices, we're not going to really need to have brute strength as men anymore. There's been a huge push over the last few decades for people to really work towards being able to operate tractors and machines to be able to make more money in the labor field. Now, people that are back using hand tools are like at the bottom rung of income right now. So there's been a huge push towards being able to press a button to make more money, which is a lot easier, which doesn't really make any sense to me. And so I could see where women could be more involved in construction now. I've seen women on construction teams on the side of the road more and more now. They're like guiding the traffic and they're wearing a helmet and a penny. And I had never seen that before. And so I feel like they're trying to bring women into construction because you don't have to be strong to do construction anymore. You just have to know how to press the right buttons. So also I feel like that, you know, people have been more pushed towards, like Cosmic said, people have been pushed more towards the internet and really not really aware of their surroundings that much anymore or of their physiology. So it's easier for them to get lost and be willing to compromise their appearance and look different. That's, you know, probably not a big deal for them, especially when it's being pushed by their peers, and they're all being encouraged to join this woke movement and become androgynous and give away their traditional values and start this new thing. So that's really sad for me to see. I feel like Cosmic mentioned, it's very important for us to have this dichotomy of roles. And it's also equally important for us to become balanced in a non-appearance way, in a way in which we can think differently, but not have to look the same. So I feel like they're really trying to push the materialism on us as well. And the materialism is another distraction that people are falling into camps that they're not really noticing materialism about their own physical being. They're noticing materialism as far as like buying things. What's the hot item? What's the cool thing right now? So it's really consumerism based materialism and not really like nature based materialism, which is sad. People are falling away from understanding and appreciating the natural environment, naturopathic remedies and foods that can help them with their health. They're being pushed more towards the sick care system. Synthetic culture is being pushed on everybody in the woke movement, I feel like. And that's going to make the transhumanist movement a lot easier to move forward when they've
kind of fallen away from the traditional way of seeing things, and they're in this new way of seeing things where there's no longer the same distinctions we used to have. They're falling away from the guidelines that they need to be able to understand how to operate and to help one another integrate together. And when we both become this hodgepodge mix of nonsense, we're going to lose our understanding of what we're supposed to be doing and our meaning and our purpose.
Hallelujah, brother. I feel like I'm in the church here. Hallelujah.
That's it.
Have we got who was that? Okay, we might have someone joining us in a minute. Yeah, man. I do think what you're saying is so on point. You know, I do think it is really a big thing. And what you mentioned about the woman, this is something I've noticed too here in South Africa, everywhere. Though I noticed they've always got the cushy rolls. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
They got
Yes.
the cushy, nice, safe rolls. Of course, they're fighting to get the same wages as men, right? But they've always got the nice, easy, cushy rolls, the safe rolls. The hard, the heavy, hectic roll is always the man. And then, of course, now he's got to be embarrassed and ashamed because he's getting paid more. But traditionally, the people who did the most dangerous, hardest work would get paid the most, right? On a traditional level. So, but it's very interesting what you say, and it's so true. I do think that technology is changing the face of the world in a very profound and very big way. And I mean, look at it from this perspective, right? Elon Musk has made his billions. Most of his billions have been made because of his ability to upscale production of robots. Yeah. That's what his real money is on. So, like, why is everybody invested into Elon Musk? Because Elon Musk is showing that he can make so many thousands of robots at a time. People are like, wow. And he's showing how cheaply he can manufacture these robots. And they go, well, if he can build them so quickly in big groups of so many, then he can build us AI robots that can replace workers. So all the big corporations, all the 500 companies are like investing in him, saying, yeah, quickly roll out these robots. We need them, right? And we want to have investment in your company so that, because this is the future, we are spending most of the money on earth because we are the huge corporations that own most of the money. So we're going to spend most of everybody's hard-earned money that we've stolen from everybody due to the corrupt system we've been generating here through our banks. And we're going to spend all that money on this. So we may as well own a big stake of your company. And so in order for us to own a big stake of your company, we've got to bet with your stock on the stock exchange so that your 7 billion becomes worth 400 billion over five-year period, so that our billion investment can also become hundreds of billions to us. So there's this total like corruption that I see, which is driving this whole process, right? And I mean, is that incredible? How somebody worth 8 billion, 7 points, whatever it was, billion can be worth almost 400 billion in 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean, how do you do that? You spend like 15 years of your life making 7, 8 billion. And then you spend 6 years of your life making like 380 billion, 390 billion.
It's crazy.
And that's like, there's nothing illegitimate going on there, right? It's all just by the book.
Doesn't seem right to me.
And we're just supposed to believe that that's how it is. Like some people just, that's what they do. They wake up this morning and they say, what, you know what? Today, I'm going to make $500 million because this is a good day to make $500 million. And then tomorrow I'm going to come back and you know what I'm going to do? Or maybe not $500 million. I think I'm exaggerating. We're talking about 6 years, which is 3 years, about 2,000 days. 2,000 days to make 400 billion is about 5 billion a day. That's including Sundays. If we take out the um, 104 Sundays and the holidays. They call it 130. And we take that out of 5, 6 years. We take that out. We're talking about 5. We're talking about 1.5. It's about a quarter. So we're making 6 billion a day. It's a lot of money, yeah.
It sure is.
Every working day is 6 billion. That's how much every working day to Elon Musk has been worth on average. You've done a good day's work when you come home with $6 billion.
Did you know that he bought Tesla from these guys, Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, that created Tesla? He ended up sabotaging the company enough until the men were pushed out, telling everybody he founded Tesla later, but he didn't.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so it's very curious. Why are they choosing him to push these robots? And like, he didn't even make Tesla. I mean, the other thing that he does, SpaceX, is his, I'm sure, but he's like the administrator of these robots. I don't know why he's been chosen to be that guy. Seems funky to me, but like you say, it sounds a lot like Cyberdyne from the Terminator, the way that they're starting to move forward with all these robots printing out and taking the power back away from us, taking our jobs. Yep.
And getting paid 6 billion a day to do it. Welcome, dear PK. To those of you that don't know PK, what's your channel name, PK?
I don't really have a channel. It's PK underscore 333.
Underscore
so
333.
But I don't post videos. I just sometimes restream my lives.
Yeah, but your lives will still be recorded there, yeah?
Some of the lives are on there, some aren't. Maybe one day I'll care. How are you guys
welcome
doing?
We're doing great. Welcome.
Awesome.
Welcome, dear brother PK. PK is a researcher. He's very much embedded in the Greek language, etymology, and various different aspects of occult philosophy, spiritual psychology, and occult principles. He's a great speaker. He's wonderful to have you. He hasn't been on here for a while. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you, and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and into the deep end we go.
Good to see you guys. Interesting that we're on here talking to you guys talking about the battle of the sexes with no feminine people, ladies here to share their side. So putting it out into the ether, maybe a lady friend will join us so we can find that balance. But I've listened to maybe the last 20-30 minutes of y'all's conversation, and am very much enjoying it so far.
Yeah, it would be lovely to have some ladies here. It seems that it's hard to get ladies on the podcasting because the ladies that do podcast, and there aren't many of them, there are a few of them out there, they tend to be very busy. Like Moonfeather, I would love for Moonfeather, but Moonfeather's like, she's running a business and like a big family. She's a single mother. I think that's another problem which we haven't actually looked at here, is the idea of single parent families, and how many single parent families there are these days. And whether it's a man or a woman, it's heavily taxing, man. Being a parent, being a breadwinner, and then trying to have a life amidst all of that. And I mean, I've got it pretty easy, yeah, in a sense. My son's mom is very much engaged in part of his life. So, I do get to spend time working. Okay, I spend a lot of time with my boy, and he's homeschooled, and he gets a good chunk of my day every day. But it's not quite the same as being a single parent. And I think that this is like a real product of this modern age that both sexes are suffering from, probably more often women, because of the economic situation, the pressures that are being created. It's basically not so easy to be a single parent. You got to work, you got to do it all. So yeah, let's hope Moonfeather pops round. Let's hope Moonfeather comes in. Though if she comes, she might not have much time. It's also got to do with the timing here. We used to have a few ladies from the UK, but people tend to be so busy these days, and a lot of ladies are not necessarily keen to put themselves out there on the internet, which I think is a really interesting reality that we're living in, because it shows how many bored young men there are at home playing with their tinkly winklies. Yeah. What do you guys think? The idea of women putting themselves out there these days, with the industry being the way it is.
Putting themselves out there, like how, to get work or something?
Socially, on social, like to be on a show. For example, I've known women that were models, and basically Indian company got pictures of their modeling shoots and put their faces onto naked bodies, and was like selling pornography photos of them, but with different women's bodies. Like, this is the thing that happens for women. If you show your face, it can be tricky. And I think women maybe would get more, what's the word? What women do, they might get more feedback from their family. Men tend to be not so, we don't care so much about criticism, I think, from our families. Am I right or am I wrong? Would you say that's accurate? Women tend to be a little bit more careful, because if their families are like, "What the hell are you on this podcast discussing all of these things?" I think it's more tricky for women. That's my sense. Socially, it's more dangerous for women on many levels, and of course, men can become obsessed with women, and it's so many women I've known have had stalkers. I've luckily not had too many stalkers, and most of the stalkers I've had have been stalkers that want to exploit me financially. Yeah, but if you're a woman, stalkers want to exploit you on more than financial levels often.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing. I feel like women have to be very careful about their appearances, and they're very self-critical. So I feel like if a woman's in like the most perfectest health and appearance, she's still self-critical. And if you say you look fat, she'll believe it, even though there's no way she could even imagine her being fat, but she can though. The way that they've put things on women where men's appearances don't really matter, and if men are too focused on their appearance, it's kind of a negative thing for men. I think undesirable women will be more attracted to good-looking men, whereas good-looking women are a bit scared to approach good-looking men because they won't be able to trust them. They're going to assume that they're going to run around with their friends. So I feel like a lot of times for men, it's easier for men to not really care about how they look as it is for the men that do care about how they look. They get more ostracized and ridiculed by their peers and by women. So I think that's very hard for women, not only because they have to look their best to be able to get the best opportunities in their minds, but also, like you said, people can corrupt things with their face or something. They can make, or maybe just making accusations. They do this or they did that. These women are like, bad girls or something, and the women are very sensitive to that as well. So, like, even if a woman has been very prudent throughout her life, and a man could call her, a derogatory word, saying that she's been sleeping around or something, she'll take that to heart, even though she hasn't. So, I think this has a lot to do with the mother's wound, when have been raised to feel that they're inferior to men and have been born to suffer, and men have been born to feel privileged, that they've been born to torture women, and that's part of the way the patriarchal society has been laid out. So in a way, men feel like they've been born to also have the role to be able to make a lot of money, whereas women feel like they've been in a role where they can make money if they wanted to. They have to find a man that makes money for her.
I think if you if we take this back further into history, just think of like the Bible and the Adam and Eve story. Like, really, that the precedent that narrative basically shows that women are responsible for us sort of leaving the Garden of Eden. And I think because of that sort of narrative, there's always been this kind of cultural resentment towards women that you see in a lot of these Abrahamic faiths. And I think that definitely has to be talked about if we're going to understand the kind of the role, like why women have been kind of like ostracized. But I think, you also have to kind of think about like how spirituality has developed, and that I think even with the rise of monotheism, we were already starting to see a sort of a deviation from nature, in that we were more focused on the stars when we got, because like when Indy talks about agriculture, when we were hunter gatherers, I think there was a more of a polytheistic tendency in terms of people believe. But as soon as we moved to agricultural societies, there was a lot more of a focus on male gods and male deities, because really it's not because if you think about the difference between agriculture and hunter gathering, the hunter gathering dynamic is you're sort of working with nature to get the things you want. You kill some animals, you pick some berries, and that's good for your tribe. Whereas with agriculture, there's a clear kind of engineering of the environment, a kind of a the sky level understanding of nature, and a sort of way of like kind of controlling it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that because if the way I look at it, if you say that matter is a feminine thing, I think that we describe nature as sort of mother nature, and the male god is more represented that sort of that abstract, the intellect, the sky, the sort of the non-physical transcendent world beyond nature. And I think that in a kind of like a dark Gnosticism in a way, that the demonization of the material world, the natural world, there's a direct parallel with the demonization of the feminine, in the sense that in the same way, Gnostics kind of feel that we're enslaved by matter. I think a lot of the early kind of spiritual people saw that women were kind of the beings that enslave humanity into matter by sort of birthing human beings and creating physical forms for them to inhabit. So I think when it comes to a lot of this kind of this derision towards the feminine and this imbalance toward the masculine, I think that you can see the seeds of its inception going back into ancient times. It's not just something that I think what we're seeing now in current culture is that now the seeds have basically come to blossom and bear fruit. But if you want to understand the problem, I think that you have to look way back into the early days of history and understand the development from this more nature oriented spiritual system towards this kind of the god in the sky who can basically create any kind of invention that you want through the sort of the rational and the intellectual. And I think that men, it's like human society, we want to live in this perfect ideal world where we have these machines that do everything for us, and we almost look at nature as a kind of embarrassment, this kind of flawed naked reality that we want to deny. And I think that when you see I think one of the other reasons why like sexuality for women is so demonized is because in a way it's like you think about energies and aligning to certain like god and goddesses. When you see an attractive woman, there's an undeniable goddess energy that you feel sort of connected to, whether that's good or bad. And I think for male gods, there's a sort of competition. It's like, hey, you shouldn't be identifying with mom, you should be identifying with daddy instead. Mom is a crazy whore, but dad's got everything figured out. And so I think spiritually speaking, there's been this kind of weird disconnect that's been sort of developing over millennia, and now we're just seeing the chickens come home to roost.
Yeah. I want to bring up something about terminology that we're using during this conversation, and it may take just a second to kind of lay out this premise. But what I want to put forward is that it's a bit confusing in conversations like this when we talk of masculine and feminine, meaning the sex of male and female. And then we also use the same exact words to describe then what we call masculine and feminine, energy principles or the polarities or whatever that doesn't necessarily have to do with sex, male or female. And so what I want to put forward, and I'm going to try to use these terms in laying this out, is that I'm going to say masculine and feminine when I'm talking about literally the sex of male and female. So, whether you got a P or a V. And then I'm going to say masculine and feminine when I'm talking about, which there could be better words, but anyway, I'm just going to throw this out there. When I'm talking about, energetic principles or whatever. So think about the feminine principle. We could say most people think it's like magnetic versus the electric is more masculine, right? And so another thing you could think of, so that magnetic has a more, receptive thing, which is typically associated with the feminine principle. And also too, think about the feminine as far as like mothering and nurturing and stuff like that. That oftentimes is associated with feminine, motherly, mama bear, and rightfully so. But I would put forward that nurturing and stuff, that giving is sort of a masculine property when you just think of energetics and such, because one reason, let me back up a little bit. One reason in Kabbalah, from my understanding, they say, matter and physicality, Malkuth, is often associated with the princess and a feminine nature, because it's receiving from the Sephiroth above it. So think about this physicality and how just to be here, you got to, you breathe, you eat, you drink. Now, of course, you got to breathe out. And of course, you got to, go to the bathroom and stuff like that. So there is an outward flow too, but to the key of being alive is this inward taking, this receiving, right? And so that, I think, is why this physicality is associated with the feminine principle. And so I'll leave it there. There's a few more examples, but what do you guys think of that real quick, as far as like, and I'm not, set on masculine, feminine, like there could be better words, but I just find it confusing because oftentimes people are talking about masculine and feminine. Now I'm using it. They're talking about masculine and feminine principles and energies, and then they're using the same word. And it's like people are associating, even in this conversation, it's going unsaid, with male and female, the sex. When sometimes that's true, as far as, a woman, think about reproduction, is the receiver, so that's a very feminine, magnetic sort of thing. So it's like they are sort of the embodiment of the feminine principle, but are largely very masculine in their energetic, active output. What do you guys think?
Well, I think with anything, there's always going to be a kind of a mixture of masculine and feminine, energies and things, because after all, in order to create a being, you need a male and female being to, reproduce and create a being. But here's the way I look at it, and the way I've been thinking about it is that I no longer, in my, field of study and what the project I've been working on, and with my Fae and Zarfexology stuff, is that I really am starting to look at everything as organic. Now, I know in like science and mainstream society, we make this clear distinction between the organic and the inorganic, like moss and like elk and mushrooms and fish. Those are seen as organic, whereas things like water, rocks, crystals, gases, etc., are seen as inorganic. Now, when you start to take on a more panpsychist point of view, you start to realize that if to truly be panpsychist, that there really isn't actually a distinction between organic and inorganic, because it's just a singular sort of evolution of consciousness from this very primordial matter up to this more of the complex human organism that we inhabit today. So I think when it comes to these masculine and feminine energies, if matter is organic in this sort of panpsychist way, then I would think that the actual literal aspect of sex would still apply to these physical processes as well, not just organic ones, but even what science would consider inorganic. I think that this masculine and feminine, from my point of view, at least in what I believe, is fundamental to existence itself. Like masculine and feminine are fundamental to the very nature of consciousness and the very nature of the individual self. And I've kind of realized that without the masculine and feminine, there really can be no individual, because in a way, because if you think about it, if everything just kind of like comes from one thing and kind of this asexual reproduction, you don't really, the thing that kind of buds off of that sort of asexual blob doesn't really see itself as being distinct from the blob. It just sees itself as a part of that blob, just sort of an extension. But with the male and female, there's a chance for the self to distinguish itself because it comes from two sources, and therefore it's not confined to be coming from one thing, and it creates this kind of infinite potential. So to sort of like go off of your inquiry, PK, I guess I don't really make that distinction of seeing that as the literal, masculine and feminine in regards to sexuality in human beings, and masculine and feminine in terms of energetic principles in the universe, because I think they ultimately derive from the same kind of organic mechanism and organic process that is the sort of panpsychist primordial consciousness of the universe.
I feel like the genders are kind of set in stone because it's part of the procreational act. The man has to be aggressive and initiate and be assertive to create life. The woman, it's going to be very painful for her if she's trying to be assertive and trying to get pregnant and lose her own virginity. That does not seem natural in my eyes for human nature to want to inflict pain and suffering on itself. But I feel like the man is willing to put her through that process for his own pleasure, and that's kind of what makes it work. And I feel like the man that's more aware of compassion and empathy and of her situation is going to be the one that she's going to select. So men that are less in tune with a woman's feelings, she's probably not going to gravitate towards more. She's going to gravitate more towards a man that's understanding of her feelings, but also one that's assertive and aggressive, that's willing to bring her through that step that she needs to go through to overcome that hurdle. Because women go through a process where they're a virgin and they're probably eager to become an adult, probably eager to partake in the sacred acts and figure out how to do it right and do it with meaning and purpose. And I feel like it's going to be hard for her to want to go out and initiate that for herself. The man is going to have to do a lot of the sweet talking and try to make her feel better, make her feel good, and show that he cares about her well-being, about her safety. And because when a woman has an orgasm, she's in a very vulnerable place. So she has to be able to be very trusting of her partner that he won't do something to take advantage of her vulnerability during that stage. So I feel like the procreative act kind of has led us towards these genders, and they have great meaning for procreation. Now, when you take procreation out of the picture and people aren't trying to have children, I feel like people are still going to want to have sex. But if they've lost the intuition to know that sex is for procreation and they get a little carried away with just having meaningless sex because they're part of an androgynous movement, I feel like a lot of that could be lost. But there's still going to be an element of it in there. What do you guys think about that?
I think
there's a lot.
The other thing that I think it's
Yeah,
important to
carry on.
Consider when it comes to when I think about like sexual attraction itself. we often kind of portray it in this kind of like sort of lower dimensional way. And then it's like, oh, you know, I see like a woman as a man, I want to, you know, procreate with her. But then I think to myself, why do I want to procreate? It's not like, you know, I have any innate desire to personally take care of children, you know, but it's like my body wants to have kids. And I think to myself, well, why is it that my intellectual will seems to kind of just want to be, you know, maybe sort of more single and maybe kind of like, you know, but then there's this bodily consciousness within me that says, no, like I want to reproduce, even though I don't necessarily, may not necessarily want to take care of kids, and maybe not right now. But I start to think about like, when it comes to sexuality, it's not so much that for a man, it's not that you're pushed towards the feminine, it's that the feminine is pulling you in like a black hole. It's like there's something about when a man feels aroused, it's not just the man feeling aroused, it's sort of the divine feminine signaling to you saying, hey, I need babies, can you help me out here? So really the way I've been thinking about sexuality is that when you feel like sexually aroused, and you're not just feeling your own individual urge to procreate, it's almost like the urge of the earth itself, the planetary sort of like panpsychist consciousness that I'm talking about, has its own sort of sexual urge that's filtered through you in a kind of this hermetic as above so below kind of way. So when we talk about and I think when it comes to this androgyny, I think, you know, we're trying to cut men and women off from that kind of pulling connection, that kind of the force that sort of guides you. Because if you really think about it, you know, if most men like realistically probably wouldn't want to take care of kids, you know, just on alone, just guys who are just kind of hanging out and, you know, shooting the shit with men and doing men things, but yet we still have that pull towards that creation that almost acts independently of our intellectual will. And it's even like why some people who, you know, claim to be, they're Christian fundamentalists and they're really, you know, anti-sex and they're anti this, but they still feel that pull of that physical desire. And I think that, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why, like, I kind of believe in a lot of this stuff, is you start to realize that these urges that we have, these feelings that we have, are not just our feelings alone. It's like the urge for the biosphere to reproduce manifests with us in the same way. Like, let's say I get a cut on my arm, for example. Then what happens with my arm, there's the part of the cut, it signals to that part of my body to, you know, reproduce cells in order to cover up the wound and sort of, you know, keep it clean of infection and sort of heal up the body. And there's a signal saying, hey, cells, you need to reproduce in order to help the greater whole, because it helps the body whole. And I think in the same way, if you look at human beings as individual cells, when a man or a woman has the urge to sort of like, you know, do the deed with another person, it's the same dynamic as like the brain telling that, you know, part of your body that's cut to reproduce cells. And in the same way, it's like we're feeling the urge, the erotic urge of the planet through us individually. So I think that's something that's kind of lost in the discussion when it comes about sexuality. Like, we assume it's just this kind of like, I think probably because of materialism, that it's some kind of phenomenon that's just about, you know, the proliferation of genes and sort of just individual egotism of passing on the line. But I think there's deeper primordial forces at work that work through us when we have those, you know, feelings, and we don't necessarily have complete control over them.
Yeah, I think you guys are all bringing up really lovely points, and I hope to get back to this point. I want to go back to what PK was saying, which I think was quite relevant as well. I think it's sort of, well, obviously it started off this ball rolling down the hill. I don't want to lose the momentum of the ball, though. It's something which is cool, Brother Cosmic. We'll catch you back just now. It's fundamental, I think, to understanding these principles of, like, in the Dao, obviously, this active yang, light, energy, radiating principle is what we could relate to masculine energy, right? In other words, it's like a penis. It gives, right? and the yang is like a womb. It's passive, it receives. But if you look within the heart of that womb, in the depth of that womb, in the most powerful part of that womb, you see that yang principle. And when you look at the heart of that giving nature of the masculine force, the activity. So what that means is all that men do in their lives, they generally do for their children or for the woman in their lives. More often than not, most of what men have achieved. If you go back through history, great men have done great things. And like, why did you do it? Well, I did it for my wife. I did it for my kids, right? Why do you work like 60 hours a week? Well, I do it so that my wife can have her hair done and she can live a nice life. I do it so my kids can go to a good school, you know? And so the core to that yang active, giving, radiating presence of the masculine energy, which, as you say, electrical, I think is quite a good way to define it, because electrical produces heat, and heat radiates outwards, and electrical produces light, and light radiates outwards. So the Taoist system has a beautiful way of defining these very alchemical principles, and the magnetic element is it's deep and it's dark and it's mysterious. So like the feminine, the divine feminine, is a deep, dark, mysterious place within ourselves, an unconscious space that we delve into. But I don't think you can ever truly separate what we call masculine from feminine, because I think they are really one thing. I think what we define as masculine and feminine are human-based ideas of looking at the extremity or the center of something. You're either looking into what something is, its source from where it comes, or you're looking out at the surface of things. You're either looking at the electron, which seems to be, bouncing around against other electrons and creating these fields. And on the edge of that electron, you've got what seems to be atoms. Or you're looking into the magnetism, which is like how can you have an electron without a magnetic field? You cannot have it. You cannot have an electric field without a magnetic field, because the moment you've got a magnetic field, you've got an electron. The moment you've got an electron, you've got a magnetic field. It's like these are one thing. And we as humans like to separate. And I think that ability to separate is a fundamental ability of the mercurial process of rationalizing, being able to intellectualize. And so in order for the mind to be able to create an objective perspective of something subjective, I like the way those words roll off the tongue, it does so in a more practical fashion if it is able to create distinctions between this is not that, and then looking at that and comparing it to other things. But I think this symbol here says so beautifully that there is really no separation between what we call the yang and the yin, because the source of the yang is the yin and the source of the yin is the yang. So what does that actually mean? This means that it's a toric field. What I'm seeing here is one toric field represented in two-dimensional image, and that toric field is a series of relationships. So we've got the initial image here. What have we got? Let's break it down. Can you see my mouse, by the way, when I move it around? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So here we've got essentially the yang, right? And here we've got essentially the yin. So here we've got a relationship between yang and yin, right? But here we've also got the second relationship between the yin and the yang. Second relationship. Yeah, we've got the third relationship between the yang and the yin, Right. Now we've got a relationship between the yang yin and the yin yang. So that's the fourth relationship that we've got. So this is a 4 series of relationships that I'm looking at here, just off the cuff of my automatic. Then we've got a 6th relationship, right? Between the yin of yang, the yang of yin and the yin of yang. Now we've got a 6th relationship happening here. So here we've got effectively 6 relationships. And to me, that's quite interesting. We see this as being duality or polarity, but if we really look within it, we've broken down 6 relationships off the cuff. And we haven't even considered that there could be a relationship between the yin of yang and the yang of yin, right? So the yin of yang and the yang of yin as a polarity could be in polarity with the polarity of here. So now we've got 7 relationships when we take the entirety of this process, what we call yin, but considering it in terms of the fact of an extension of yang and considering the yang as an extension of yin. This is a different animal to just looking at the yang and the yin. So we've got 7 relationships being exposed here in probably what is one of the simplest images that says to me so much. So I think that's like my response to what you were saying. And I think what you're saying is really valid because it can become confusing. But I think that within the heart of a man, so looking in terms of the complexity of the Kabbalah, for example. So we've got the Ashir. So my Ashir body is masculine, right? But what does that say about my Yetziric body? My Yetziric body must then be feminine in order to plug in and be plugged into. In order for this diagram to make any sense, my Yetziric body has got to be a feminine body. And in order for my Yetziric body to be a feminine body, it means that my Asaic, my body of Asaya, must be, once again, a masculine body, right? In order for that to be able to plug in to the feminine. And then that means that my Asiya body has to be, my Atzilut body has got to then be a feminine body. And so within me, I've got an etheric body that's feminine, an astral body that's masculine, and a causal body that's feminine. Now, if I look at a woman, it's going to be completely inverted to that. So when we're looking at a woman, we're looking at a combination of masculine and feminine principles. And I think you can never isolate them from each other. Well, what do you think of that as an idea?
I totally agree with this. And so, and it kind of really shows the point I was trying to make. So I 100% agree. Like, you can't really separate these. It's the whole idea of like electricity is magnetism, just at various levels. It's that idea that hot is cold, just at various levels, right? It's so, yeah, the law of polarity, if you want to talk hermetic. So while I 100% agree with that, I will put forward that like you certainly are not one of the, like, you, there's also that the law of sex or gender, right? So there's also distinctly male and female here in this realm. And so why I think this, like, what everything you just said beautifully demonstrates the point I was trying to make is because while this one thing that we're calling masculine and feminine, we're saying that, oh, it's really the same because it's just like, you know, the law of polarity thing, hot and cold and electric and magnetic. But then out the other side of our mouth, we are saying, oh, but there is a masculine and a feminine thing. We are using the exact same words, and out of one end of our mouth, we are saying that there's no difference. They're just polarities of the same thing. And out of the other end, I have a penis and women have vaginas, and we are different, and we are distinctly different, and so you see what I'm saying? That kind of demonstrate it, but yet we use the exact same word. Also, I want to put forward just a quote real quick that I find was on your objectivity, subjectivity little thing. Came across this quote the other day. I'll just throw it out there. Objectivity is the delusion that observations can be made without an observer. I thought that was a fun quote.
Objectivity is the delusion that an observation can be made without an observer.
Yeah, that's fun. It's a quote that I think really shits on like mainstream physics. Like, oh, objective reality. Well, hello, who's saying it's an objective reality? A subject. You know? So that's just kind of fun to play with.
That's a good call. Yeah, it's interesting that you know, the male is strictly male and the woman is strictly female, but at the same time, the fetus is a woman first, and then sexual.
Do they have a vagina? Do babies have a vagina? Do babies grow a vagina that turns into a penis, or do they just have? They actually have a vagina that turns into a penis? I don't know that much.
A vagina that turns into a penis, and the clitoris turns into the penis, and the vagina closes up, and we still have a line in our grundle or whatever where it used to be. And yeah, so I think the female glands become our testicles. They lower down and then come out of us, but they start. Sometimes they don't come out. And so those men might have no testicles or one testicle. But yeah, we're a woman first, which is interesting. And arguably in evolution, there may not have been males at first.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Like people said in the comments too, like feminine, it seems to be the default, you know, of this realm. And it goes back to what why one reason I thought. So I'd never heard before, Franklin, that you said Asia, Asia, whatever, the bottom one is, you said, oh, well, I guess you said it's feminine if you're male and it's masculine if you're female. But I always thought the Sephiroth of Malkuth was generally taken as physicality. And I've read Kabbalah books and rabbi and whatever talking about Malkuth and physicality being a feminine receiving. I like to, what makes sense to me is the idea of spiritual turning into physicality. So like no matter turning into matter, it's a concentration of spiritual into matter, thus a receiving of spiritual astral energies condensing into something solid, and in that sense they're thinking it as feminine.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea is that there are 4 worlds. So from a shamanic perspective, we speak about 3 worlds. So when we go into Vedic subculture, we're talking about the occult lore of 3 worlds. But those are the 3 other worlds of physicality. So, but in the Kabbalistic notion, you've actually only got 3 worlds. So you've got Atzilut, you've got Bria, and you've got Yetzirah. But those 3 find themselves bound in the foundation of Yesod. And the foundation of Yesod puts these 2 together and reflects Yesod outside of itself. And that reflection of these 3 principles outside of itself becomes Malkut, becomes Asiya, which is this physical reality. So when we speak of Asiya, we're speaking about the physical, mundane world. When we speak about Malkut, we're speaking about the emanations of all 9 emanations into this physical reality as a actual vehicle of manifestation which is actually happening through Yesod, through Yetzirah. But this is why when you look at the way Malkut is often represented, especially in Hermetic law, it's always represented by having a black triangular piece of the pie, right? And a citrine triangular piece of the pie, and a russet triangular piece of the pie, and a olive piece of the pie. So those are the four colors that are usually related to Malkut if you're working in the frequency of Bria. No, sorry. Of Bria. So that's the Bria scale of those colors. Obviously, you're gonna work with the yellow frequency if you're working in an absolute, in that pure, because it's the pure mental consciousness that we're working with on that level. But so it's very interesting when we start to observe how the reasons for this is because you've got three elements of yellow, red, and blue. But the blue becomes green when it stands between the yellow and the red, right? Because it repels the red and bonds with the yellow because of its polarizing effects to become green. So you've got these three fundamental principles, which we could consider as the RBG of visual, computer screens. It's all based upon these old occult principles. So there's this energetic. Yellow is a highly energetic and vibrational color. It's about energy. Red is a very actionable color, right? It's all about action. And blue is really an internalizing quality. So we were talking about the colors used for men. Blue, men are supposed to internalize. Women are supposed to become active. Where that actually contradicts the original nature. And like you say, there's definitely this interesting point that there's definitely a distinction between men and women. There's no denying that. I think the distinction, though, is it's a perceptual one. Whether the observer is observing from matter, or whether the observer is observing from the point of outside of matter. Because if you're observing from outside of matter and you're looking at the etheric, then the man has got the feminine body and the woman has got the masculine body. So that means that when it comes to magic, for example, etherically when I speak etheric, I'm talking about Yetzirah, formative potential, the etheric field. Eth meaning Aleph, Tav meaning the beginning and the ending, the Alpha and the Omega, that distinction of electricity. When I'm speaking astral, I'm talking about Aleph Shin, Esh meaning fire, Stral is a beam. So fire beam, a beam of fire, of light, which is a radiant potential, which is energy, representing energy. Fire and beam in one word is a wonderful symbol that can tickle the brain to think about pure energy. And then when I'm speaking about causal, I'm speaking about that which is beyond energy and beyond form. So when we look at this from a Vedic perspective, because it might help to put it into that particular context, Ida Pingala, image chakras. I'll pop it up so that it might be useful.
I got something too. When you're done.
Sorry, yeah?
I got something too when you're done about the male babies having vaginas before they come male.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so versed with this.
Finish up what we were saying. Yeah.
So yeah, let's see. We've got this image here. Just let me pull that there and share this instead. And is it on the screen? Is it pop it up? So here we see this principle being wonderfully sort of displayed here, right? Where we've got the current of the feminine, right? Which is represented by blue because it represents internalizing, Now you see this polarity of fire. What we consider the etheric is emanating fire here, but it is the cause of water elsewhere. What we see as water here is actually an emanation of fire, but is causing water. It's got to do with that Hermetic principle we were talking about, how one thing is a quality of another. It's about a perceptual window. Are we looking at it from the field of above, looking down, or are we looking at it from the field of down, looking up? So Western occultism tends to be looking at things from the up, looking down, and Eastern occultism tends to be from the down, looking up. Taoist cosmology seems to be a very interesting one, looking at it from the center, looking outwards. But that's almost very similar to the Indian version of looking down, looking up, because thinking about if you're in the inside, you're in matter. If you're looking out, you're looking to that which is beyond matter, which is the feminine. So here we see this principle of this downwards driving current, which this picture is showing how Siddhasana works. Okay, so that's not really relevant. I should have found a better image. The one with the little things that do that through the chakras would have been a better one. But this is interesting because it shows the importance of Manipura, the navel center, very important, and how there's this reverse triangle, which you can see would be actually the triangle of the pentagram. If you really want to get right down to it, the reversed pentagram triangle representing the electrical potential and the magnetic potential of Svadhisthana and Muladhara chakra. Now, these two potentials are interesting because we're talking about this potential where magnetic becomes electrical, and the electrical rising current is that solar potential, which is electrical, and this lunar potential is that cool magnetic current. But that cool magnetic current is actually the source of the astral fire, which is cool in this world, but in the astral field, it's qualities. It's more qualities where the etheric field is more quantity based. So the quantities of physical reality versus the qualities, like the color, the texture, all of these other things are based upon the astral. So the Sephirot is a masculine idea. And so that masculine idea of the Sephirot are the containers that contain this other substance. What's contained within the Sephirot are the chakra, spinning vortices of energy. And so the energy is represented by the middle pillar, or the Shashumna. And the Shashumna shows this, that these two are really rooted in this one energetic path that is oscillating and resonating like this between these two poles of existence. So really there is only one. These two are perceptual ideas related to the understanding that there is movement of vibration, which is producing polarity. And so the polarity is depicted here, but actually there is just one stream of consciousness. And that consciousness is existing as a field of possibility of the fire, of the astral field. So here we've got, for a man, his masculine presence, because it is ejaculating from consciousness into mass matter. And his feminine essence, which is being received back towards consciousness from matter. Now, with a woman, that would be inverted, right? A woman would be gaining from this point. Hence, the woman's root chakra is here, Svadhisthana, which is in the radius of the Manipura. And the Pura, money means, money. Everybody loves money. Money is gem. Pura means everything. So it's sort of like the gem that from whence all things arise, from whence all things come. And you notice there's a little green sphere being put in there. And there's a violet sphere being put in there, right? So actually it's indigo, if I'm going to be specific. You notice these colors are not in alignment with the other colors that we've been taught, which I find really interesting. I don't use the red to violet colors. I stopped using that like decades ago, but because that's a new age invention. But now when we look at the tree of life as a Yang Yin principle, we'll see that this is the the rising current. So matter is both feminine and masculine in both its feminine and feminine and masculine qualities. Hope that makes sense.
Mhm.
It's only
Yeah,
considered
yeah.
to be the way it is by the Kabbalists because they are looking from the top down and they are seeing the bottom as being the end. So it must be the static part. But the Vedic cosmologists are looking from the bottom up and they are seeing the Shastra chakra as being the end. So this is why you have this sort of inversion of concepts between Asian and Western occultism. This is why in Western occultism we start with the Sephirot above our heads and we move through creating our field of electromagnetic correspondences and energies in the body. And you notice how the Sephirot are based upon nerve centers, right? Look at them carefully. Nerve center, nerve center, nerve center, nerve center, nerve center, solar plexus, nerve center, second brain, genitalia, nerve center, right hip, powerful nerve center, left hip, powerful nerve center. And then, of course, the nerve centers that move between the inner step of our foot and the point behind our knees, powerful nerve centers. So those are the 10 Sephirot. Now, the chakras are not dealing with nerve energy. Nerve energy is electrical energy, right? So when we're talking about the Kabbalists, they are looking at it from the perspective of the solar fire. They are looking at it purely from a one-sided observational perspective of masculine. Or when we look at it from the feminine, they are talking about the chakras, which are hormonal centers, right? They're looking at the hormonal center, and the chakras are based upon hormonal centers, not nerve centers. This is why we have a different set. And this is why we've got the 7 primary chakras, which is just an arbitrary number, by the way. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 important chakras just in the head, separated by 2 important chakras in the throat. There are 5 different chakras around the heart, and they're all important. So, but we've got a simplified version of 7 chakras, which is, useful, fundamental, and gives us an idea of how to align the 7 principles of hermetics with this. But when we look at the Kabbalistic system, we've got these 10 Sephirot. So we can see how the nervous energy is driving the Kabbalistic system and how the hormonal energy, which is purely magnetic in its nature, is driving the Asian version of thinking. I hope I've been articulate enough.
Yeah, definitely.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good to learn about that. The fact that the red to violet chakras are a new thing. I didn't know that.
Totally a new age invention, man.
Interesting.
Totally.
Because
Traditionally,
Isaac Newton created
sorry,
that.
yeah?
Isaac Newton created that color spectrum to imbue the indigo because he studied alchemy and Vedic teachings. So I thought he learned to have the indigo as part of that spectrum from that, but I guess maybe not.
He might have gotten that from light, because wasn't he was very heavy into studying optics and light, so he might have got that from
The thing is,
that.
you think about why did he choose a 7th color when he was studying light? Because there's 3 primaries and 3 secondaries. Now, if you're going to choose a tertiary color, why choose indigo to be that tertiary color?
I know the answer to this. Because it's different. It's different with light. There's confusion, right? Have you ever heard this before? The 3 primary colors of light and the mixing of them are different than the 3 primary colors in, say, paint and
Yeah,
mixing them.
It's like teal.
Well, the
Cyan.
red,
Cyan is one of them.
yeah. So what you ask people, the normal person, like, what are the 3 primary colors that you can mix to get like any other colors, right? It'd be man, I don't know. Is it red, yellow, and blue? Something like that.
Yeah.
Is that right? And then, but when you talk about the three primary colors of light, they are different than those three.
Indigo's
And
not
I think,
Indigo's
Mhm.
not one of them,
let me look. I have a graph.
though. Because that's my name. I'd be like, yes, I'm one of the primary lights. But indigo
I
is
thought it was like a purplish color though.
there
What
might be
color is indigo again? I'm sorry. What color is indigo?
a bluish purple. I
If
can't.
you
Bluish,
look
okay.
at the night sky before it gets dark, and it's got that violet, deep violet blue. It's like it's a combination of a
And
deep,
that
deep
is what I think
blue
is one of the primary
and a
colors.
violet mixing, giving you that sort of violet blue mixture.
Just for art. And they kicked me out of art school because I couldn't mix my paints right, according to them, because of my color blindness. But no, I'll tell you the three primary lights are.
But what are the three primaries of light that you were talking
Yeah,
about?
I got it. It is ooh, crap, maybe that's not it. I'm seeing yellow, green, blue, magenta, but that's 4, so hold on.
Magenta. That's what they use. Magenta. And instead of blue, they use cyan.
You see, the blue becomes green. But is that because we're viewing light here on Earth
Purple becomes pink.
and that there's fundamental green in the atmosphere which falls from Saturn?
Yeah, I don't
which
know
goes
how.
Okay,
into
you
the
guys
sea to
familiar
make
with
the sea turn
Dean
green?
Shaw? Dean Shaw, I forget his last name. I'll write it in the chat. Anyway, this Indian guy who, story of the Wilhelm Reichs and everyone who gets suppressed, like got sued by FDA or whatever, shut down because he did this light spectro therapy. So anyway, he puts forward it's not red, yellow, and blue. Instead, it's actually red, green, and violet. And so that's why I was thinking the violet was similar to the indigo. That's why I was getting confused. So they call it violet, red, green, and violet for light. It's very interesting, isn't it? That when you're mixing physical colors, those colors act differently when you're mixing certain light colors to produce another color. It's very interesting.
Yeah, they're opposite. Like when you add the lights together, instead of creating black, they ultimately create white eventually. So it's like an opposite layout of how they combine. But like, yeah, instead of yellow, the lights have red, green, and blue. But the secondary lights are cyan, magenta, and yellow. They're saying that the secondary colors are formed by mixing two primary colors. So I guess when you mix green and blue, they subtract and it creates yellow. And if you mix red and green, no, if you mix red and blue, it creates magenta, and you mix blue and green, it creates cyan. But they don't have
It's
red and green.
look at it like this, and I can't speak for what so-called scientists have proposed by their so-called theories, right, based upon their so-called ideologies, because that might be the fact. I don't know. But like when I open my eyes and I take a piece of paper and I put like colors on a piece of paper, that I know. When I look at the sun bouncing off water, that I see, if that makes sense. So if we take so red, yellow, and blue are considered the primary colors. So if you take red and you want to find red's complementary color, imagine blue being the up of the pole, red being the lower of the pole, and yellow being the separator between the two. So you've got blue representing cool, calm, and collected, pure mental state, mentalism. You got, a red representing an effectual action. So action, cause and effect. Like it's producing a cause, it's producing an effect, it's an action on one pole. And then in order to make this cool, calm collection be able to produce change and movement by the red, in other words, to produce cause and effects, you need energy to be moving between. So you've got yellow, which is the most vibrational color that there is. In fact, all light tends to be yellow light, is it not? As far as I know. It's got a yellow in it. So they say. Who knows?
Yeah,
So
and that's
if you take,
considered a secondary color. Yeah.
yeah, so if you take yellow and you take red and you take blue, so you want to know what's red's complementary color? Look at the opposite side of the spectrum. Take the blue and add yellow to it and you'll get orange. And add yellow to it and you'll get green. That makes red and green a subset of complementary colors. So if you want to build yourself a yantra form and you want to tune into the base element of fire vibrations, you would use red as a background and you would use green as an overlay. And you would use sacred geometry that corresponds with the numbers and the principles that you can reprogram your eyes to see the fire frequency of prana. You would use those two colors. And if you look at a red thing for long enough and close your eyes, it's going to be green, right? You look at a green thing for long enough and close your eyes, inside your mind, you're going to see red. You guys have done that, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's like how the senses work. So red and green are complementary, and that's why they flash up, they flash against each other. They produce polarity and energy. Then if you say orange, you say blue. Now, in order for blue to work with its complementary, you need to take the opposite pole, which is red, and add the central pivot, which is yellow, together, and you get orange. So blue and orange are complementary colors. And then when you look at, so you got blue and orange, yellow and red. Now yellow, if you want to get yellow's complementary color, because it's the center, you got to add red and blue on two sides of the poles to make violet, and yellow and violet will flash off each other. So these are the three subsets that you've got. You got the yellow and the violet complementary colors. If you look at draw a yellow thing, stare at it for a long time on a white background, then close your eyes and you'll see it turns violet inside your mind's eye. So this is a way to train your inner vision. It's like an old training. It's called flashing tablets. And you can create these sets of flashing tablets. They use them to create the Tattva tablets in India. The Tattva tablets are basically the same principles that are used in Western Rosicrucian schools to teach students to see into the etheric and the astral planes, using these different sets and codes of colors in order to program the retinal nerves in such a way that you start to see the qualities bouncing off each other and it will start to flash. So if you make a blue and orange thing, like give you an example. Why did I choose blue and orange when I created this this thing that I'm busy working on, right? So it's not by accident that I chose not by accident at all that I chose this as a color to represent this is my tree of life, by the way. This is how I represent the tree of life. This is my Kabbalistic system, but it's also the Vedic system and the Taoist system all in one. It's got the Yang and the Yin in there, and it's got everything in there, and it's representing the Ida and the Pingala. I've chosen the blue and the orange just because of the water elements, and I wanted to use the water element rather than the fire and rather than the air element to bring about a emotional intuition of this process rather than just being a rational thing. But I've actually developing the proper glyph, which is going to be yellow circle around, red triangles, and blue circumference touching points. So that's got the three primary colors, because this is how I map all the paths of the tree of life onto these 9 principles. And obviously the 10th, what we call Malkut is a combination of 9 becoming 1 through 0. So think of it as a spiral, of a golden phi spiral that goes through 9 into 0, emerging from 0 back at and the octave of 1 with carrying the 0 with it, 10. So this is supposed to be viewed as a spiral, which is a reflection of the toric field. But these two colors I haven't chosen. Now, even just looking at this image, can you see what it's doing to your eyes? Just that on a white background. This is not a proper flashing tablet or anything. Just those two colors, just in the small dose that I've given you, it causes something to start to happen to your third eye center. If you look at it for a while, you'll notice it will start tingling. And that's got to do with these colors. So these colors are like really fundamental. These complementary colors. Now, indigo is wow. So here we've created 6 colors out of the 3 primary colors. And it's based on this which I've also represented in another image here. So if you look at this image now, this is where I'm showing you the 7 principles of Hermes that you see. Here we've got, I hope you can see the colors well. We've got a red sphere, we've got a yellow sphere, and we've got a blue sphere, right? And here we've got these reflections of the red of Mars, which is Mars is all about action, right? Coming into play to be expressed as cause and effect. And the imagination representing the ability to polarize, right? The imagination what produces is a reflection of polarity, is in the center, the yellow. And the blue, inspiration, sits on the one end of the pole. But these are 3 circles, right? So the one circle has one element on the top, one circle has one element in the middle, and one circle has another element in the middle. And so this represents these 3 circles being one circle. That's distinction is brought in by these 2 elements having 2 places. And you notice indigo and green sit within the sphere. Now, indigo is unique because what has happened is you've taken the violet, which is the reflection of yellow, right? Violet is the complementary of yellow, and you've recombined it with blue. And when you combine, the violet represents going into your unconscious, represents sexuality, as any psychologist will tell you. Red represents your appetites, wanting to eat, all of this hungers and desires. Green will represent, like, being constructive, being able to take constructive measures, being very practical, being very grounded. Yellow is being highly energized, being very active, but not to the point with red. Red is impulse driven. Yellow is thought based driven. Then you've got indigo. Now, indigo in my picture relates to the memory, but indigo is the true color in the ancient times of Venus. And Venus is the gateway to the mysteries. And in order to find the gateways to the mysteries, the violet color needs to be bound to the blue color again, bringing a connection between yellow, blue, and red to connect these 3 spheres up to actually be one sphere. So it's got to do with that unifying principle that Venus represents. And we see that in the tarot card of the Empress, right? The Empress represents that in a very high and refined level of consciousness, which is why the Empress will follow on the footsteps of Jimal and Dalet. You see? So it is the camel that takes you across the ocean of the desert to find the mystical knowledge of initiation. But in order to be ready to get to that point, you need to become unified, and you need these 3 bodies, the astral, the etheric, and the causal body to be absorbed into each other so that you are ready to embrace the full extent of inner mysteries, which takes you right back to the first principle of Hermes. So these colors are not I don't believe they're arbitrary at all. I think they speak to our unconscious on a very powerful level. And I think we've been misled as to the meanings of colors in modern times. Like Venus, they've told us Venus is green. But if you go and look at the old tales, Venus was always associated with lapis lazuli. If you go right back to the Sumerian stories and the older stories, lapis lazuli was always a stone. Now, if you are like me and you've been like connected to crystals your whole life, when I held lapis lazuli in my mind, in my body, I was like, wow, this thing wants to open the doors of the mysteries to me. Right? Like, this is the gateway to the mysteries. I've always had a great love of lapis lazuli, and azurite as well, which has got that same frequency of consciousness. And it epitomizes what Venus stands for. So I think that indigo represents Venus's position of Lucifer. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up these colors associated with the planets because last stream I was on with Gabe, I was admiring his whiteboard starboard, and I wanted to make one myself. Just to let y'all know what Gabe does, he basically bought magnetic planets, like little woodcut planets, stick to his whiteboard magnetically, and he moves them. He has a zodiac drawn on there, and he moves them around, kind of tracing the like you could pull up an astro chart and just move the planets around. He does it physically on his whiteboard. I wanted to do the same thing, except all the magnet, pre-made planet things out there that I was looking at, I wasn't happy with the colors. I was like, this shit's all the wrong colors. So I think I'm gonna make them myself. But while we're on this topic, would it take you that long, Franklin? Or do you know this off the top of your head of just a quick run through of if you had to pick one color to associate with all the planets? Could you do so? Would that be a tough exercise, on the spot?
I would pick indigo to be associated with Venus. I would pick green to be associated with Saturn. I would pick red to be associated with Mars. I would pick orange to be associated with Mercury. Mercury is associated with orange. Mercury, and orange, by orange I mean in Vedic cosmology it actually is. Orange, but like a very deep orange. It's what all the sadhu wear in India, right? And bound mercury in the hair. I used to wear mercury in my hair as well. And so you see Mercury's extension is in Gemini, orange, right? So that sort of adds up a lot. Venus, I've never been happy with green for Venus. Green seems to be much more of a transducer for electrical energy in order to manifest mass of sugar crystals. So green is the process of crystallizing sugar from the sun's energy. And to me, that stands so much more in tune with Saturn, the crystallizing principle that becomes our bones, right? And in many ancient concepts, the green man is the old personification of Saturn. So Saturn always had a green presence, and so they changed that. So I associate green with Saturn. I associate
what shade of green? A darker green or a lighter green? Like forest green?
Just a deep green, like a deep natural bottle. Is it bottle green? Like a deep earthy bottle green. I associate yellow with the sun, as the sun externalizes itself in Leo as yellow. I associate Jupiter with blue, as it externalizes itself in Sagittarius as blue.
Light blue or darker blue?
Just normal blue, middle blue.
Like the blue of your screen name? of our names on here? That blue?
No, that blue seems to me to almost have an indigo element to it. I would say blue as in what does cobalt blue look like? You can't see it on a screen easily. Is cobalt blue what I would say? Cobalt blue. I just want to check it before I say cobalt. Yes. A cobalt blue. More like, I would say. Yeah. Something like cobalt, a not too dark cobalt blue. But with none of the purpley hue in it, just pure blue.
Gotcha.
And so what else? The lunar energy I associate with violet, because violet to me is a color that relates to that actual sexual interplay that produces an internal dialogue. So it's the blue of the first principle and the red of the cause and effect principle brought into an internalizing violet, which is like all about sublimation, which the lunar potential holds for me. You see, the lunar, the moon is not static. It's not just there. It's very active, but it's also very subtle and very unconsciously active. So it's got a lot of blue interplay in it, and it's got a lot of red. It seems to be a balancing factor. And so when we look at the moon and the sun, they need to be complementary to each other, do they not? So if the moon and the sun are complementary, as is suggested, with Cancer and Leo being the head and the tail, Leo being the head and Cancer being the tail of the Ouroboros, right? And the sun doesn't have two signs. So like you've got Jupiter's got Sagittarius, masculine, feminine, Pisces. Mercury has got masculine, Gemini, orange, and feminine, lime green, Virgin, Virgo. And Venus has got masculine, Libra, right? Extension. This is where I think they are doing the thing. Why I think Libra has been associated with the color green is because of its position in the zodiac. It sits like at the extremity, and it sort of is like the furthest point from the sun, and it sits in between the autumn and spring solstices. Does it not? You know, so it seems like, oh no, sorry, spring and winter, no? Summer and winter. Is it summer and winter? Sorry, summer and winter. Duh. It holds that sort of central thing, holding it together, and it's the pivot of justice, the tarot card, the scales, sort of balancing and driving the life force around the circle of our zodiac, which you could say is opposite to Aries. Aries is where it starts, right? And if you go on the other side, opposite to that, then you've got to move
You're
into
breaking
that.
up.
Dang.
I think you're back.
I know
Yeah,
what the
you're back.
problem is. Did I accidentally do something?
You seem good
Normally
now.
there's a
You
little
were
dog
just
at my
getting
feet that
robot-y.
causes that. There's no little dog here. I got a little Pekingese that comes and lies by my feet and messes with the cables sometimes. I've realized I've started paying attention.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I've got a big Malamute over there, and I've got a golden retriever behind me, and I've got two bunnies over there, two black bunnies. And I got a whole tribe of bunnies out at the back, but I've got to keep Petunia here or she gets her face chewed off by the other bunnies. But she can't be alone, so I had to bring Midnight with her. They're two pitch black bunnies, very small, very cute, very beautiful. So I'm like an animal farm in here. But so if you hear scratching in the background, that's the bunnies, because I give them like these cardboard box playhouses to like break in and break out of, because I do a lot of online ordering, so that they get to play with the cardboard boxes before I try and recycle them and use them as whatever I can. But yeah, these principles, I don't think we've covered all of them. What have we not mentioned? Okay, so the polarity between the sun and the moon, they're the only ones that have a single. So we've mentioned Venus has got Taurus as the feminine pole and Libra as a masculine pole of Venus. I think that's where I was. And have I missed out any planets? Capricorn obviously is the masculine pole of Saturn, and Aquarius is the feminine pole of Saturn. So all of the 5 planets have got a dual nature, right? And then the sun and the moon are the dual nature that brings the 5 planets together in order that you can have 10 plus 2, which is 12, the zodiac. Hence, it's like it's written in our hands. So the sun and the moon have to be complementary. So the colors have to reflect that too. And the energy of violet is a very mystical color. Causes you to want to go into unconscious territory. And the color of indigo is a very sublimative color that wants you to go even deeper into the unconscious. So the idea of violet being the Shastra chakra never works for me because it's too sexual a chakra color. It needs to be a unifying color for the higher chakra for me to be happy. But according to Vedic cosmology, all the colors, all 1,000 colors, all 1,000 qualities relate to that center. And the center of the Ashna is generally white, brilliant light, though in some old traditions, it could be a translucent kind of a blue color. I just mentioned my Malamute, so now he's walking around here with his big feet. He's a big dog, eh? Uri, come lie on your chair. Come lie down. So, yeah, I think I've mentioned all the planets. Have I missed any out?
No, I think you got them all.
Yeah. So that's how I relate to it. But that is sort of basing the 7 principles of Hermes into these planets, and like recognizing that the sun is the giver of prana, so is the transmitter of energy that becomes sugar, and so it's sort of like that central thing in the center of that. Hence I put blue and red and yellow in a line, and then from that I extract, using the sacred geometry, the complementary colors from it. And then indigo is that odd one out. Now, indigo in Vedic cosmology represents Visuddhi chakra. And the Visuddhi chakra is the vagus nerve. And that vagus nerve is really important because that center is the center of vibration. So first there was vibration before there was light, according to like all of our scrolls, right? Even in Vedic cosmology, the Om first started with a vibration, and then from there came light. So the Bible, the Vedic, they're all telling the same story. So that Venus is the key to the vibration, and hence Venus rules the arts of dance and music and all of that, right? And color, because to be in tune with those subtle forces is to be Venus. And Venus is thus like Lucifer, yeah? The Lucifer, from whence light has arisen. Light came into being because of Venus. So Venus to me holds that special significance of indigo. And it's violet, but it's not just violet going into the unconscious, it's violet going into the unconscious with a mission to get to blue, to the top.
That was a great breakdown. Thank you. And yeah, that kind of makes me even more happy with my choice. I think I'm just going to make them myself, color them myself, put the glyphs on there. Cause yeah, they just, the colors were off, and you would think that I wonder, because I don't have a telescope, I wonder if the colors of the planets that I was seeing online match the kind of the color that you see through a telescope. And what do you think of your colors matching matching the colors of as viewed through a telescope that you just laid out? I know, like Mars is red. That's pretty, like, one of the easy ones that you kind of see with your naked eye. It's got this reddish hint.
I don't know, because I'm imagining what Earth would look like. And to me, Earth should look green. But I think all the water makes it look blue, which is quite an interesting concept. I mean, I don't know whether I can trust anything I've ever seen with a picture of space, if that makes sense.
Right.
And I
No,
don't
same.
know whether the actual lens that you're looking through is going to cause a color shift at all for certain frequencies of color based upon the frequency of the glass that you're looking through, if that makes sense.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point.
So I don't know if there's any definitive way to figure out anything. I think that the qualities are a highly subjective thing. Like you say, you got to feel them. Cosmic's
Ooh,
pretty
that
cool
quote-
with this, because
that
Cosmic's
quote's
just
perfect
figured out his
right
own
now.
thing.
The quote's
Sorry?
perfect right now. Objectivity is the delusion that you can have an observation without an observer. So it's kind of like, what is the objective color of these planets? Well, depends on who's looking at them and what you're looking through, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to, and I think that we're not all the same. So, like, to me, each planet would probably hold all potentials within it, but will be predominantly one potential. And how you're going to channel Venus energy into your consciousness isn't going to be the same as I'm going to channel Venus consciousness into my body necessarily. There might be like basic parameters of like Mars is probably never going to be blue, right? It's just too active. But there's probably quite a lot of range for what Mars could be, right? And there's probably quite a lot of range for what Jupiter could be,
Right.
And there's probably
Right.
up to a point.
Yeah. So that ties into like what you just said there about the having the potentiality of the planets, right? And it's like how you do them. That's what I think. This going back just a quick second to the we're all born as females idea. I think it might be more accurate to say that we're all born androgen, meaning we're all born with the potential to become one or the other. And so the idea that, female is our by default state of being, I would put forward that doesn't really make that much sense. It might be better said that androgen would be our default way of being. And if so, if that might be an accurate way to look at it, then it follows that androgen would be how we are first created. And from there, because I asked AI and don't want to put it on a pedestal like it is the final word or answer, but just throwing it out there what it said, that it's not that male babies or that babies that become male like are female first, although this is what the science says, like, and I think this has to do with measuring like XX versus XY chromosomes and in that way, and that possibly that they don't have a way of, possibly there being a third, which is like XXY, this like androgen or XXYY or whatever, this androgen potential to become one or the other, because it says then where this androgen and either something's introduced that then makes, the tubes like form a male and some of the female parts disintegrate or whatever, and then or it becomes a female. So it's not that the babies grow a vagina that is then like sewed up. It's that there's a potential there to be either both. But that's very interesting to me, that there seems to be this push when you look it up, that it's like, oh yeah, we're all born female. And then because it's like, well, wait, now we're saying we're all born female, but like, can you please define what female is? Is female having a vagina? Because if it is, then no, it's probably more apt to say babies are born androgen. And at least this is according to AI's quick answer. But it goes to show that the different potentials for both are there, and that's kind of displayed. And then like through your graphic that you shared a little bit earlier, it's like those that are born and become female, right, have this feminine energy more pulled toward that direction. And then so it's like their energy is shifted a little bit toward that way, which then they embody the female body. And then just the opposite for male, that yin and yang is shifted a little bit the other way, therefore then they embody a masculine body. But at the start, they're androgen and could be both. And it goes back to what you were saying, to go that by default, it's not that we were all females. If anything, we were all androgen, right?
Yeah.
Crazy to think about.
Interesting, because it was said that the gods were androgynous and hermaphroditic. And I guess it's possible for that situation to become
Maybe it's like this. Maybe because we're observing the feminine reality of masculine action, as in the yin reality of yang action.
Yeah. Yep.
That we are seeing the yin first. Maybe the yin develops first. Maybe the yang develops more slowly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like little girls are like developing faster than little boys. Maybe it's happening in the womb. So we're looking at this baby and we're seeing the feminine parts of that baby developing first, not realizing it's actually a boy. It just hasn't developed its boy parts yet because they are slower to be shown.
something to that. And girls
Right.
develop earlier, before men.
And it like what you just said, Franklin, makes me think, because I was thinking about think of reproduction and how the male inseminates the female receives. Okay. But then what we call a very feminine trait, motherly trait, is the nurturing. And so think of in mammals, the mother is giving, is projecting her nurture, her breast milk into the baby, and the baby is then receiving. So the baby there in this example is taking on the act or role as the feminine during a sex, meaning, right, receiving fluids from another being for subsistence and or to create life. So this act that the mother nurturing the baby through her breast milk is a masculine act. It is a giving, just like the male gives to the female during sex. This nurturing is also a masculine kind of projective thing, and the baby is doing the feminine thing in receiving that nutrients.
Yeah, and the mother is also assertive with the child outside of the womb, too. So, like, the male figure can also sometimes be passive with the child outside of the womb. So there's that aspect of it as well. I thought about that earlier. That's a good point that you make on the internal.
I look at it also from another perspective. I think on the one hand it is, but on the other hand, who's acting and who's being passive?
You know,
So
there's
the
a little
baby is actively taking milk. Taking milk. The mother is passively letting the milk be taken. So there's that element to it as well, in the yang and the yin. And when a man and a woman is having sex, the woman's not taking his sperm; he's giving it actively.
Yeah,
The
I
woman's
guess it
passively receiving
depends
it.
on
No,
what kind of
PK,
night you're having.
in that the umbilical cord is how the baby is fed, and that's a very much of a giving thing with like a phallic cord. So there's that. That's the yang within the yin.
That's true. But from what Franklin just said too, it's like, well, is it giving or is the baby sucking it? You know, just like the sort of example with the breast milk. It's like, well, is the woman, actively pushing it out, or is it more of a sucking coming from the other end? Yeah, it's a fun thing. Maybe that's that magnetism, electricity sort of thing where yeah, you make a good point, Franklin, that maybe the act of sex and the male giving to the female, as far as sexual fluids go, may be seen more like an electric sort of concept idea, and then what we're talking about here with this kid, baby, is more of like a magnetic pulling of sorts.
Yeah, but like to compare and contrast, like I think in a similar manner, like the penis doesn't just ejaculate on its own; it requires a little bit of pressure, and so the baby apply a little pressure on the breast, then it will squirt itself.
We are
Yeah,
completely
a lot of similarities,
controlled
man.
by
It's
women.
crazy.
Men don't want to admit it, but we're completely controlled by women.
Yeah.
Like you don't get erect on your own, right? Like the woman plays a game with energy, and she knows what she's doing. She turns you on, and she knows what she's doing. She's getting you fired up so that you want to get in there, and you think, oh, it's my idea to do it. No, it wasn't your idea to do it, dude. It was her idea. She knew when she put that smile on her body and when she wore that little tight fitting dress and when she came and sat next to you and touched you in that way and let her rub against you. And she knew that when she ran her finger down your neck in the back and that she was going to fire up electrons in your body and you were going to go, wait, lever. I've got leverage. I'm ready for leverage. And you're like, I want to apply my leverage to you, you know? And she's like, okay, flip the switch. Levers up, bums away. So in a way, like us men are being like, so this is like what is active and what is passive? It becomes very confusing for me, like how wrapped up these things are. And I think that like that's like the alchemy is to separate them. No?
Yeah, it becomes very confusing, and that's what I was trying to get at with terms, and it could be like, terms just aren't the answer to shedding light on this, because the subject in and of itself is a confusing one, and yeah, the difference between active and passive. So us just saying that is, though, to the point we associate the masculine with more active and the feminine with more passive, but yet many things that the female does is very masculine in talking about the active projection. So I love what you said earlier, that it's like maybe this is like a feminine world or something at the start, but then it's like everything kind of acts out in a masculine sort of energetic kind of way. It's all about the life is the projecting of it. And it's interesting when you're alive, going back to that, where you breathe in, you eat, and everything you take in, and then when you die, you go back to the dirt, and that is the grand exhale, if you will, the giving back to where you came from.
Yeah, the whole breathing thing for me is very exciting. I love breathing. It's like one of my hobbies. That's why I don't use cannabis, dude. You got to understand how much I love cannabis, right? For me to not use cannabis tells you how much I love breathing. And so like the whole concept of breath is just for me like totally inspiring and totally powerful. And so this
Oh, this
outward
is
breath, yeah,
super interesting. Just real quick, when a baby's born, the first thing it does, it doesn't blow a breath out. It takes a breath in. So that's the first thing it does outside the womb. Then when you die, what's the last thing you do? You breathe the breath out. That's the last thing you do, not in.
Interesting. And both times you get vast amounts of dimethyltryptamine released endogenously. So must be one hell of a trip.
that's interesting. And I think it's both ends, like you say, on the way in and on the way out. It's like that's like the M has to be between the T and the D. So if the D is Dalet, is the doorway through which consciousness can move, right? And the M is the mother, the place where this is happening. And obviously that doorway is related to none other than Venus, right? Dalet. Then, and Lucifer, like we come back to the same picture. And then M represents the place, the womb where the mother is happening. Then T represents time. So in order to exist in time, there has to be DMT. There's got to be a door into the mother to find time, and a door, and you've got to leave the mother back through the same door that you came in from to leave time. And I think this is beautiful, like what you say about the first breath and the last breath, because it relates to like, so the out breath is more important than the in breath. This is the thing, eh?
You're
This is
robot.
the mind-blowing.
Robot again. You're a robot.
Give me 1 second while I adjust the technical things. Is that better?
Sounds good on my end.
Does that sound better?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That could have been me. Sorry.
No, well, I've just turned off all of the software nonsense.
Good.
So tell me if the background noise is annoying, because I've turned off the background noise editor. But can you hear background noise, or am I good?
You sound perfect now, and you might have
Okay.
earlier for
So
everyone else. But
if you're
yeah,
using a
good.
good mic, turn off that crap. It keeps turning it on for me. I don't understand why. So your out breath is more important than your in breath, because you don't need that much oxygen, but the CO2 that builds up in your blood needs to get out. So if you're doing exercise, the out breath is more important than the in breath. You really want to get that CO2 out of your blood, because it's like toxic. And so, okay, imagine this. Imagine one amount of oxygen, right, taking on a carbon particle. Yeah. And so you got this carbon with these two little oxygen bits, but the oxygen bits are small and the carbon bit is a big chunky thing. Now this big chunky carbon with the two oxygens is like, it's taking up a lot of space. It's got to get out. So it takes a lot of out breaths to get rid of these big chunks of the C with the O's on it. And you need the O's in to remove the carbon from the body, because the body's got to pay tax to live here. And the tax that the body pays to live here is carbon, right? So carbon tax. Where do they get the idea of carbon tax from? From breathing. So the carbon has got to be put out. And obviously the plants are like, yo, man, I'm taxing that carbon tax. And they take the carbon in, they split off the oxygen. They want that carbon. They throw the oxygen out. We don't need that crap. We just really wanted the carbon. So the plants then build onto that carbon. But our bodies are degenerating, unbuilding. So we've got like a negative polarity to plants and trees. Interesting how that is, and our breathing cycles reflected. So the out breath represents the fire principle. It's like the fire breath in Vedic cosmology. And so the fire is what burns out your life. Fire radiates out your life force and empties you out. And the in breath represents the water element. So you're taking into yourself and you're becoming reflective. So if you're too active, you can change your consciousness by changing this pattern of this breathing. Obviously, your air element is when you've pent up. You notice the word? I pent up my breath. Pentagram is the number 5, is Mercury, right? And Mercury is that changeability. And Mercury is often associated with the element of air, even though it's a fundamental worker of the element of water. It's a very airy nature, like it's mental, it's cerebral, it's thought-based, concepts and ideas, communication, which is under the sphere of the element of air. Even though Mercury has got a water nature, which is another interesting point, which is why Mercury is so unique. But it represents the airy facility, though that airy facility rules over the maritime, right? And so the maritime trade is under Mercury's domain from like old times. Mercury you do a spell of Mercury to improve your maritime trading success or whatever. So this idea of the full pent up breath is air element. And then when you empty Saturn, Earth, right? Saturn's when you emptied your breath out, you're then in the earth element. So you've got this earth element. So you've got a cross being created within your energy body by the in-breath, the pent up air element, the emptied T element that comes after the fire breath that's burnt out, everything. So the fire breath removes and purifies the CO2. The water element brings in and holds the space of mental reflection. That's why water reflects, the ability to reflect. So you need more oxygen when you're thinking. Isn't that funny? If you don't think, you don't need much oxygen. Have you ever been surfing and you've been stuck in the bottom of a wave? Did you surf ever?
Oh yeah, dude, I surfed all the time. I totally almost died before. Listening to your sound or what you talked about, I was surfing hurricanes and ate shit and got held down in the washing machine for way longer than was comfortable. And I accepted. Well, really, I accepted that everything was going to be okay, but like it was so uncomfortable that it was just like, all right, well, there's not really anything I could do right now. I can't like fight my way out of this. I have to just wait till you get out of the washing machine. And so finally I got up and like was like so out of breath. And of course took the next wave straight in. And it was the most beautiful sunset scenery, the birds, just everything was just alive and beautiful. I feel like because that experience just happened, was kind of a reason, like it just this sense of gratitude, and just like seeing stuff with kind of different eyes because I just like almost drowned, but yeah, your story sounded similar. I heard you tell before about being stuck in the washing machine.
Yeah, exactly. You can fall asleep under the water, which is a pretty cool concept. You literally do. Fall asleep, pass out, whatever you call it. But the incredible thing is you get washed up. Well, hopefully you always get washed up. But this idea of the in-breath and the out-breath, yeah? So you're stuck in Saturn's hold, that earth element. And how heavy does that earth element get when you're under that water? The pressure of it pushing in on you, and you feel like you really feel the pressure of earth. The same as if you hold your breath in. It's very airy. You want to think. You got to go to the opposite polarity of air to conserve your air. So if you can stop yourself from thinking, your oxygen lasts longer, right? So in meditation, when you're not thinking, you don't need to breathe. Yeah, like much. So you can breathe less and less and less and less. The deeper you go into meditation, the less often you need to breathe in, literally, to the point where you can count time on your breaths. You can literally count your breaths and know how many hours you've been sitting for by how many breaths you've had, because you get into a pattern and you know your pattern and you know your rhythm. And so you get so tuned into the rhythm of the breath. And so it's very interesting, you know, what you were talking about, the in breath, the out breath, that's like life's alchemy. Like this how life alchemizes everything. And so they want to control our breathing, bringing this back to this masculine and feminine manipulation of ideologies of yang and yin energy and consciousness substance within our minds and our bodies. They want to control that polarity of fire and water. And funnily enough, the water breath is the in breath. So we come in from water and we leave through fire. And water is the source of life. So we come in through the womb. This is why I think in the ancient times we used to cremate bodies, if that makes sense. Recognizing that, and they still do, I mean, in India and a lot of places around the world, which I think is quite an interesting concept, as opposed to, what do you think about this notion of them wanting our air energy to be overactive, hence the internet? They want us to have pent-up breath all the time. Have you noticed what you do when you're studying something?
What's that?
Do you pent up your breath more when you're learning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a byproduct of a lot of the other things, that the attack on breath or whatever is a byproduct from, I don't know, the anxious state, the fear state that media seems to want everyone in, and stuff like that. I think it's just a byproduct of it.
Yeah, though I some part of me thinks that these people are so conscious. Like, I believe that you can figure out the entire universe by studying your breath. Like, I think like you can understand everything, Yang Yin, the alchemy, all the mystical secrets and knowledge are like hidden in our breath.
Hell yeah.
And as we go deeper into our breath, we notice like the 4 seasons are hidden in our breath. These subtle principles are hidden in our breath. Because if you think about it, in your breath, there's 3 things happening, right? So let's look at the Kabbalah. There's an active intake, there's an active outtake, and then there's a passivity. The passivity is on two points. And so there's 3 things happening. So we've got the first, the second, and the third triangle of the Ennead being reflected at us in the process of breathing, where you in breath, holding, out breath, and you're holding on both ends of the in breath and the out breath, sort of suggesting that there's a 4th place where there's nothing, but that's just the repetition of the holding. So now we're looking at like 1 represents having everything within it. 2 represents all the polarity and action, activity and polarity in movement. 3 represents that form which is being acted upon. So that form is changing. So the form is changing because it's been acted upon. The 2 is acting out. So you've got this dynamic polarity with 2 and 3, which are moving around 1, the Dao. So there we've got the upper triad of the tree of life. And then we see that reflected in the next triad, where we see the number 6 binding, and we see the 5 and the 4 reflecting what the 2 and the 3 are doing. Does that make sense? But on a different frequency. If we look at the tree of life, for example. So the 4 and the 5 then become inverted polarities to what's happening with the 2 and the 3. So this is the polarities of the tree of life. But it's the same triangle that's happening up there, happening down here. But now it's happening on an emotional landscape. And then we look beyond that, and then we see the same triangle happening again in Yesod with number 8 and number 7. And number 7 and number 8 are reflecting once again, right? The same principle, where the 8 is reflecting what the number, the 8 is reflecting what the 4 is doing. Yeah? So this is why Saturn has to be number 8. Because the 8 is reflecting the 4. So if we look at the glyph for number 8, it's a cross with a crescent below it. That's Saturn. But that is reflecting number 4, which has to be a crescent with a cross below it. So the glyphs are showing this relationship between these two conduits of force. And the 4 is an embodiment of 3. 3 is really what's being brought into action with the 4, if that makes sense. And the 2 is being brought into action with the 5. So there's a high level of dynamism happening here between the 2 and the 5 in terms of a subset and the polarity, where there's a 4 is actually 3 pretending to be 4, masquerading as 8. And 2 is actually 5, or 2 is actually acting out 5, but masquerading as 7. And so Mars and Venus have this relationship as this dynamic potential of this is why I added these planets not so arbitrarily to it. And then they saw a relationship of reflection between Kether and the sun. So the sun is number 6, but it's actually reflecting 1. It's actually 1 masquerading, pretending to be 6. It's actually 1. So the sun is actually 1 pretending the life force, the potential, prana. And then that is pretending to be the moon. So we see this subtle relationship coming out here in all of these sort of triads. The 3 triads represent those 3 triangles, spinning around the enneagram of the tree of life. And it's just very interesting when we look at how this reflects breathing in the tree of life. It reflects the active in-breath, the active out-breath, and that place of transition, which is like a rest. Anyway.
Yeah,
that's
one thing came
Yeah.
to mind while you were talking about that, and it is, you ever heard the idea that, I'm if you're male here, to get back in balance, or to get in balance or find an equilibrium, whatever, you need to get more in touch with your feminine side. If you're female here, then you would need to get more in touch with the male side. And that's how you kind of find the balance. So what I think maybe another way to think about it is, because that can be taken as oh, if I'm a male, I need to get more in touch with my feminine side. So you see dudes wearing dresses and shit and putting on makeup and doing feminine things. And it's what if it's more proper to say, because I'm male here and masculine, I need to get more in touch with my feminine side, the feminine energies, because see that there's, just bringing it back to the language thing, I think there is another good example of how these things get misconstrued and people get confused, because going back to your graph there of showing that middle pillar, and maybe the one being slightly offset to then produce a female and the one being the other way to produce a male, that it's the balance is in as a masculine, finding and getting in touch with the feminine energies that you lack or are a little bit skewed the other way, and then vice versa if you're an embodied female. Yeah, that image right there. But that's what came to mind when you said that, because the male getting in touch with their feminine side, people immediately think a female side, but maybe it's more apt to think about it like getting in touch with the feminine energies that you naturally lack being embodied as a male masculine being.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. When I look at that, I think to myself, what you're saying, like, in order for a male to internalize, like, this comes back to the polarities of the body, right? So if my physical body is masculine, in order for my spiritual vision to awaken, I've got to connect with my animus, as not Freud, Jung defined it, right? And if I'm a woman, then in order to connect with my inner dialogue, my inner process, I need to connect with my anima in order for the chemical wedding to happen. And so my animus is my etheric body. In order to awaken to my etheric body so that I can become aware of the non-physicality of reality that I identify with as a stagnant process, but it is actually a multidimensional expression of the consciousness field that is seemingly defined by the perimeters of the electrical fields that we are in touch with. We need to become magnetic in order to transcend this. Women maybe are more naturally in tune with the magnetism than men because of that gravitational flow and the magnetic connection with the moon and the lunar cycles. The natural impulse for a woman is to become in tune with the electrical principles within themselves in order to connect with that anima. So women need to become rational and logical and study the occult knowledge. Men need to become empathic and go into the heart of non-thinking. So maybe Zen is a more necessary practice of becoming receptive. Women are more likely to be doing active spiritual processes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and there's a good general stereotype, right, is like women's intuition. That's definitely a more of a receiving thing. The whole idea of intuition and what that entails is a very passive listening thing. You don't actively seek your intuition. Oh, words are hard here. You can train your intuition, but really what you're training is the ability to listen to it, to pick up on it. It's not like a projective thing. It's a receiving thing. And that's often associated with women having that intuition naturally.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I've always thought of intuition as having two prongs. When you figure something out and you have a eureka moment, because you're turning the dials of your mind and you go from one thing to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And the apple falls out of the tree and you're watching the apple falling out of the tree and you're asking yourself a question. That apple just fell out of the tree. So what does that mean? Well, that means that the apple was being pulled towards the ground. That must be gravity. I think that's also intuition. The same kind of intuition as like
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder
This
what
word,
John's doing right now. Oh,
yeah,
my phone rang. John. Hi. I was just thinking about you, John.
right.
Does it?
I think this word's gotten a little bit conflated too, with different forms of intuition, because we can call like a software program or a website intuitive because it's like that, and that means like it's easy to use, or like
Yeah.
you just get it, right? So yeah, there is this weird context of that word intuition being sort of a pragmatic, practical thing, versus when you're talking about intuition on a spiritual side, it's more of a receiving. And I do see though how it relates, right, in a sort of get it kind of way. In a get it kind of way, just like the software website example, you just get it. It's kind of like a receiving. It's not like you had to practice. It's like, no, the website's intuitive. It just makes sense.
Yeah, I think that they've made us look at just one side of it. Because when I think of intuition, I think of like any learning that comes from within, like tuition that is of personal personal origin. So anything that I've figured out all by myself, because like when I think about what Shiva represents, right? Shiva represents guru, and guru represents learning. And so when you've got that inner learning process happening, there's two different ways that we can learn. The one is through abstract emotional context, and the one is through logical application of step by step, building a chain of thought that gets to the desired object. So it's like invocation or evocation. So the feminine
Totally.
intuition is like an evocative, emotional woof. It just comes to me out of the blue. Like shamanism's all about that. But then I think that like when I think of intuition, I think there's two sides to it. And we've been shown one side to it. And I wonder whether that's by design. Because it sort of glorifies the magnetic intuition and takes all credit away from the electrical tuition, because it's also tuition that comes from inside. It's something that we figured out by ourselves without anybody, nothing having to be put into the system, right? So like if something's intuitive, it means you can figure it out by yourself. You don't need anybody to teach you how
That's
to
one
use
way
it.
to use it. Yep. But that
Yeah.
figuring out, I would say, is different than a coming to, like I don't know, I think of construction, and I'm building a house, and like you could say like intuitively it makes sense to do like this and this, like in this order, because no one told me that. I just kind of intuited it. So there's this weird polarity of using of this idea of that way in a building sort of practical sense, versus the knowing, be like, hey, I'm gonna like go this way around town or whatever. I often wonder about that, like how many accidents or something have you avoided because you went straight instead of going left, or like because you left you left 5 minutes later. Then it's just, that's wild to think about. And I wonder too, is that an intuition? Something's telling me like, hey, why don't you wait a second, or do this first and then leave. Is that like And that's one of these things that you could never really prove. Although maybe you could prove it if like, because I've gotten to, you know, whenever you see like I don't know, a car accident in front of you, you know, it's like, well shit, if I left 30 seconds earlier, that car in front of me very well could have been me. You know, that's just wild to think about, to go down those rabbit holes.
Yeah, I've been in pileups. It's quite a trip, man. Like navigating your way through a pileup. So, like, this is a very interesting conversation because, like, it comes back to like I think the alchemy of the sexes, and this is one of the reasons why Mercury, the planetary energy of Mercury, is that aspect which can operate both in the mundane and in the divine. Yeah. And Mercury is the communicator with the gods, so to speak. And he's able to go to the gods, reach the gods, know the way to the gods, and able to come back from the gods. So that's why when I think of intuition, I think of Mercury. Like to me, and this is like why, like when I look at this, this is like an occult thing. It's not the same enneagram as I mean, shout out to Gabe's. He's a master of the enneagram that has been used for a number of decades, but this is just purely an occult one. This is the tree of life, essentially. This is what this is. So when you see number 5 here as being the point of stagnation of 4 coming to Mercury, Mercury holds this all-important center of the hub, right? This number 5 that represents, sorry, here's a number 5, my eyes. This all-important center 5, which is going to move towards animating what has become stagnant. And so it holds within it the crescent, the cross, and the circle. All 3 principles are bound in the solar's potential, as well as the cross and the crescent representing the active and the passive. So the cross is the ability to make a eureka moment. The crescent is the ability to capture things randomly from the unconscious. And the circle is what connects these 2 processes. Hence, Mercury is the like communicator of the gods, and it's what connects us. So when I think of this, I think of it representing the third eye center. And in as much as like this is why I believe all the ascetic people are wearing the orange, because if they want to bring that Budwa. The word Bud, okay, so Bud means mind. And the word Bud is the root of the word for Mercury. Yeah. So anything that's got to do with the mind's impulses that are both feminine and masculine, I believe is very much a mercurial thing. And so like intuition is actually about learning, right? Like you're learning something new. Sublimating, which is the lunar potential, is more about going in to find out what's already in the unconscious, which is about ourselves. Other people can see it. It's present in the world. We might just not be seeing it because we might be playing catch up. But as we sublimate, we notice what other people are seeing in us that we are not allowing ourselves to see because of our shadow layers that we hide behind. So that whole intuitive process, for me, that's very interesting. Like the concept of intuition. I relate that to Jnana yoga. So you got all your different layers of yoga. So your hatha is you're preparing the physical body. Then you got your karma yoga, which is preparing your soul, right? Preparing you for purification of your moral and your ethical thing. Live that like healthy, right life. Then you've got your mantra yoga, which is preparing the vibrational state of your body. And the mantra yoga is all about changing the rhythm patterns and the frequencies of the Venus and the Saturnial expressions in the body, right? Time is about rhythm, and rhythm is about pitch and harmonics, which is a factor of vibration, and vibration is the key to spiritual psychic abilities. Venus, that Luciferian thing, once again. So then you've got Raja Yoga, which is a combination of using different kriyas, which will be normally to do with, once again, meditation practices of the lungs. And this then goes into Dhyana Yoga. And Dhyana Yoga is the imagination, purifying the imagination by just observing the breath, the polarities moving through and following the breath. That's meditation, pure meditation yoga. Then you've got after the Dhyana Yoga, you've got Jnana Yoga. Now, the Jnana Yoga is the yoga of that second principle of Hermes being expressed as to understand all things that are related to other things. So the Jnana yogi would sit and observe the world and notice that this thing is related to that thing. This is a active expression of this feminine thing, and this is a feminine expression of this active thing. And so these are always in polarities and always in dualities, and understanding all of these dualities and polarities is the key to Jnana Yoga, which I think represents the second principle of Hermes quite well. And I relate that to the mercurial ability to be both receptive and active. And I think that's
What's
what
the second principle for kids in the back?
What was that?
What's the second principle for the kids in the back? Me.
The second principle of Hermes is that all things are in a state of correspondence.
Got it.
And so this correspondences of all things to one thing's got to correspond with another. They've got to be plugged into each other, like a male and a female, in order to become an expression of one thing. Because every Hermetic principle has to reflect all the other Hermetic principles, otherwise they don't work. Yeah. So they've all got to sort of be expressions of each other. They've all got to be reflected within each principle. And so that principle that we're seeing of this then becomes re-expressed as polarity. And then that principle of polarity becomes re-expressed as the principle of cause and effect. And then that cause and effect, active and passive, becomes re-expressed as generation of the sexual generation. And so those are all reflections of this principle of number 2. And number 3 then becomes a reunification of this principle, which is vibration. And the vibration then is reflected back into itself as rhythm. And so you've got 2 expressions of 3, 3 expressions of 2, and 1 expression of 1. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and a lot of what you're saying too about the hidden 3 and the 4 is very much what John D was going on about in his Monos Hieroglyphica. Very much into the hidden quaternary in the ternary.
Yeah, I think that's like a really, intuition is probably a powerful conversation to have on its own, because I think there's so much to it. I think we've been schooled to perceive it as one thing and that it's receptive. But I think that we can also actively teach ourselves. And then it does come from within.
Yeah, I agree. There's like you were saying, there's different kinds of intuition. And one does seem to be more active and one does seem to be more of a passive.
And then there's knowledge. And I think knowledge is when these two meet. like then that's real knowledge, not like belief. That's like the kind of knowledge that can like that we call faith. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. There's another word. The pistis. Dude, pistis used to have such a different meaning. And you've nailed it. Yes, that faith used to, from my understanding, used to be more of a true gnosis. So it's like you have epistemi and gnosis, which are very much translated to knowledge, and they're two different words in ancient Greek. And then you have pistis, which translated into faith. And the gnosis is more of like an inner knowing, and more of a, you could say, understanding. Even it's more of just a and knowledge is more, or epistemi is more of a gets back into, well, I'll just use it, a more of an objective type of knowledge, where gnosis, you could say, is more of a subjective type of knowledge, and inner knowing. And then the faith would be the kind of where you go after you receive the gnosis, is essentially to the pistis, which is faith, which is very hard to communicate to others, you know?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like when I think of faith, I think of like two things. I think of the masculine pa or fa, which is like that is the roots of the word father, or papa, right? Father, dad, and eth, which is like the first and the alpha and the omega. So, and then we've got what connects the father to the alpha and the omega is phi, pi. So the energy that connects the masculine fa, pa, to eth is e, phaith. So e becomes the root, becomes the yot, becomes the seed, from meaning that it's coming from elsewhere. It's like it's coming into birth. So phaith then represents, and here's the interesting thing, right? The Phoenician alphabet is essentially the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. It's the same alphabet if you look at it, right? Like bilkul same, like exactly the same alphabet. The differences are so minor that like they've taken it and they've moved its symbol on its angle a little bit, some of them. And some of them, instead of the squiggle being like that, it's like that. But otherwise, it's pretty much exactly the same. And so that Phoenician is really coming from, what's the Phoenician language that it's coming from called? Which is really where the hieroglyphics became letters. And so from Phoenician, you get Old Egyptian, Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Arabic. Pretty much all the languages you can think of come from that root of language. So understanding those 22 hieroglyphs from which those original 22 things were pulled and then turned into Paleo-Hebrew and then turned into Hebrew is giving you a root to all of basically just about all the languages here. Sanskrit seems to be like the odd puppy out of the tree. But when you look at Sanskrit and you look at it, it's the same. I think it's just that Sanskrit was drawn in a different way, and so it added other elements to it. That's what my gut says to me. And then I think that the Chinese script is the same, that there were just more elements being added to it, of more pictures. So the Sanskrit, they decided to use the picture language for longer before adopting to this idea. And the Chinese, they decided to use it for even longer. But originally that switch was from picture to phonetic. And so I think that like understanding those 22 characters, you can pretty much decode just about any language on earth as pictures, ideas, concepts. And it seems to hold true when you look at it, you know. And even like the word shaman, right? Like, you want to decode what the word shaman means? So the sham is the breath, right? The sh, the ah, and the m. And the m is the resonant vibrations of the feminine, holding, bringing in. The sh is that out, releasing, the out breath being released. And the m is bringing in the in breath. And the ah is that process between the bringing in and the letting out, that balancing act of the air between water and fire. So the sham represents the breath, the three mother letters. So sham, shaman. N represents a fish, represents that which dives beneath the water and goes into the land beyond life. Connotations of not being alive, right? Nun, the fish. Scorpio card. I'm Scorpio and death. So when you look at this symbol of the fish representing that which can, so a shaman is somebody that's able to, through understanding the rhythm of the breath, leave their physical bodies and go into the place of the underworld directly. So like, you can do that for just about any word if you really look at it, like what the word actually means. And obviously, you know, that's very interesting, I think. So what are your last thoughts, guys, on this discussion? I noticed it's 4 hours and 10 minutes of my mom's birthday tomorrow. I'm painfully aware of how I don't want to be falling asleep on my mom's birthday.
Right on. Happy birthday, Mom. I just saw my mom. My mom just came and visited. So shout out to the moms.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my mom's coming tomorrow. She comes fairly often. She used to come more often, and then she got a boyfriend. She came less often, but no, it's actually because she moved to another place, and so there's more distance between us. When she was closer, she used to come a lot. My little boy loves seeing his granny, so it's really cool. And so
Enjoy your time with her. Hope y'all have a good birthday celebration.
yeah, man. It's a lovely time of year here as well, because it's not too hot, it's not too cold. It's really lovely. I mean, it's never really too hot here in Cape Town. It's just such a brilliant place to be. But this time of year, I love this time of year because it's a little bit cool, which is pretty cool.
That's nice. Sounds really nice.
So, do you guys have any last bits you want to throw on the table? Stick to the table.
No, I can think of. Thanks for having me on here. Good to pop in. Think that we will be going live tomorrow on Slick Dissident's channel.
Shout out Slick Dissident.
Out tomorrow, but yeah, thanks again. Fascinating discussion. Couldn't pass this one up. The just the masculine and feminine, and just how I have for quite a while, just felt the need, the urge to try and introduce another term, because I feel like this is just one of those topics that we often talk past ourselves because we are using the same words when we're talking about very different things. So thanks again for having me, man. This was a blast, and hope to do it again.
Thanks for being here, PK. It's been a good show.
Honor having you. Sorry, brother.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's an honor having you, both of you, dear brothers. It's been a great discussion.
It has. I just want to mention quickly, we were talking about the limbic system earlier, being the system that regulates the emotions, and that system is like a very like a primal system that's been there since early in our evolution. And then the masculine dominant dominated left brain, the analytical mind, is regulated by the prefrontal cortex, which is a developing part of the brain that has come later in our development, which is interesting.
Yeah, man. There's so much focus on the pineal gland, it makes me want to vomit. Not that the pineal gland's not important, because the thalamus is obviously like where the pineal gland lives. It's a little pimple on the thalamus, and that's what regulates our central nervous system and all of our sensory information, except for smell. But the hypothalamus, which is where the pituitary lives, is never given its credit where it's due. Everybody's talking about this third eye, which is the pineal gland, but no one's giving the credit to the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland, which is regulating all of the hormones, all of those feelings. So we're all like let's just pray at the church of pineal gland and leave pituitary gland out at the back, like she doesn't matter, you know. We're not allowed in our church, you know. But yeah, man, shout out, brother. Shout out to Gabe's Slick Dissident. If you don't know him, you should know him. Time to know him. Go and check him out. You can find Slick Dissident's channel. You can also find Indy's channel in my recommended list of channels. If you just scroll down to the bottom and look recommended channels, you'll see all the people on the round table that's recommended. There's not many channels recommended, but all of them are pretty cool, so you can check them out. Big love to everybody. Peace, honor, respect. Hope you all got what you came for. Big love, brothers.
Thanks again. See y'all.
Big love.
Oh, we got a cutie. Where's
Here's
your
the
picture? Why
warrior.
can't I?
The survivor today.
We got to end off on a cute note. Why am I not? Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way around. I'm like being dizzy here.
There's a little buddy. He's a survivor. He got a little beat up.
Aww.
Man, look at those ears.
We're putting turmeric on his.
Mm.
He's hurt.
Hi.
Hey, little buddy.
You got into a fist fight, hey?
Yeah.
You didn't win. Next time, win. Big love, man. Beautiful. Big love.
All right,
Take
see
it
you guys.
easy, everybody. Om Shanti.